You're in Braves country.
Like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing, Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Polk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday
the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time, and the Chicago Cubs win the World Series.
Cubs win! What a lucky break! The good Lord wants the Cubs to win!
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam, ding-dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America you get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country. If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We direct your attention now to home plate.
Please remain standing. We call your attention to our bands here today. They will be jointly directed. And now, another fixture. Our national anthem.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball!
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce today's teams as participants in this historic game.
Good afternoon, Braves country. As we are getting ready for what should be a hell of a series with the Arizona Diamondbacks, I'm going to share the series times and everything on the screen here in a second. And long story short, we are going to go into this. If you haven't been with one of these Braves Country Days before, what we do is we try to set you up for the entire series. What we try to do is we try to look at, first of all, what just happened in this series. We had so much good stuff. I don't think there's a lot of bad stuff to really go over in this series. So the fact that we took 2 of 3, let me see. Yeah, you can see it on the screen. It's fine. I'll change it to the starting pitchers here in a little bit. But you can see that we took 2 of 3 from St. Louis at home, and the only game that we lost was the bullpen game. So you got to take that as a huge positive. That's the only game we lost on the entire homestand, which means, and that's not necessarily going to happen that way because you would use your bullpen differently, et cetera, but had Spencer Strider not gone back to the IL, we might have been talking about a 6-game winning streak right now. But we've won 5 of 6. And one thing that we have dodged, and I hadn't even thought about this until I was looking at it after the game on Wednesday, or I would have mentioned it. I did not realize Corbin Burns, their most talented pitcher, and he hasn't had a great start, but their most talented pitcher pitched last night. And he's the guy that got the big contract. For those of y'all who don't follow other teams, you really just kind of look at the Atlanta Braves and you kind of learn the rest of the way as it goes on the teams that they run into. And look, a lot of fans are like that, so there's nothing against that. He's having what is considered a down start. He still has a 4.05 ERA, which isn't too shabby. He still went 5 1/3 last night of 8 strikeouts, and he did walk 3, and they lost in extra innings, which is good news for us. So not only are we dodging Corbin Burns, and not only is this a big series because, and we'll get into the big picture of it here in a second, but not only is it a big series, but we're going to dodge Burns. And then also, I mentioned this on Wednesday's broadcast, I'm pretty sure. If not, I thought it. We dodged Erod because he pitched on Wednesday. So we're not going to face who I think, when it's all said and done, probably have their best stuff. Now, the guy we're facing tonight, Zach Gallen, isn't exactly a chump, but I'm talking about the guys that, if you look at it, if they get to the postseason and they set up their rotation 1, 2, 3, because of the righty-lefty aspect, I would think it would be, unless they're not pitching well or they're injured or whatnot, that you would start off with Burns and then probably go Erod if he's anything like he was a couple of seasons ago. Last year was bumpy because he signed late. It's the same nonsense that went on with everybody else. Signed late, never really got his footing till the end, that kind of thing. But 2023, he was a Cy Young candidate. If you remember, he was the guy that was in Detroit that blocked the trade to the Dodgers because he didn't want to go out to the West Coast, which is weird because then he signs a big free agent contract to go out to essentially the West Coast. But at the time we were being told he didn't want to be that far away from family. I guess he didn't want to be that far away from family for a small period of time. If he's going to go, then he wanted to pick up and go the entire season. So first of all, good to see y'all in the chat. I see Charles Fritz and hell, I'm sure others are out riding around listening or however you bring into Braves Country Baseball, Braves Country Today. We do these for those of y'all who might be first timers or whatnot. If you're listening on radio, we do these on Monday and Friday typically, but it really comes down to when's the first day of the series. So the next few weeks it will be that way because today, obviously, Friday is the first game of the series against Arizona. Monday, first game of the series at Colorado. And then the first game of the series next week at home will be Friday. And then they start another series. I believe it's that Monday against the Reds. And I think it's a 4-game stand against the Reds. So it'll be Monday, Friday for the foreseeable future. It's noon on the first day of the Braves series. That's the gist of it. But you look at the fact that not only did we take 5 of 6, we also are looking at the fact that we dodged their 2 most talented pitchers. Now, Zach Gallen has had some very good success. And I'm not expecting this to be an easy route. But he is coming in with a 5.6 ERA. At the same token, Chris Sale is coming in with a 6.17 ERA. So if you're looking at this blindly, and if you haven't paid attention to Major League Baseball, you would look at it and say, man, it's going to be a high-scoring game. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Gallen, first of all, has been really good at home over the last few years. He tends to struggle more on the road, but he's been really good at home. We have faced Gallen. We faced him last year. He usually gives us fits. What we have been able to do against Gallen that we don't do against a lot of starting pitchers is we've been able to run the pitch count up early and get him the hell out of the game. And that'll be key because when you look at the fact that the Diamondbacks lost last night in extra innings, and it was a close game, nip and tuck the whole way. And then you look at the fact that the night before, the Diamondbacks lost in extra innings, and it was nip and tucking the whole way. I actually watched quite a bit of that game after the Celtics Orlando game. I went out with some friends to watch that game, and when I came home, I watched the tail end of that. That was nip and tuck. So the point is, their bullpen is cooked. It should be cooked because they've had a couple of really tough games, and they won on Monday against Fott, or with Fott, I should say. But Brandon Fott on Tuesday, it was Tuesday was the first game of the series, excuse me. Tuesday, the Diamondbacks in that game, Brandon Fott, he went 6 innings, and they used some of their late inning guys there too. They didn't use their closer last night or that night, but they have used their bullpen quite a bit. If we can get into this bullpen in this series, we have a very good chance of winning this series because our bullpen should be pretty well rested. We're coming off a day off. Once again, if you're just joining us, their 2 best pitchers just pitched the last 2 days, which means they won't pitch again until Tuesday at the earliest. So we're going to face Zach Gallen today, and we'll get into the rest of the series. Now, I always make notes and want to make sure I hit certain things. So let's start off with the smoke 'em if you got 'em.
What's all the shouting?
All right, so one thing I always like to do when we do this is I like to take a look at the fact that because we're doing this at noon, a lot of these writers like to drop stuff at noon, so I always double check real quick, but nothing has popped off in the really, really recent. So the first thing I want to get into is with the smoke 'em if you got 'em, the big thing, because people keep asking me about this. They keep asking me. Craig Kimbrell, what the hell's his deal? Well, he just started up in the AAA because they're trying to bring him up the right way and make sure that when he's ready, he's ready. And he was in Jacksonville last night, and they are playing the Jumbo Shrimp, the Stripers are. For folks who don't follow it, the Stripers, Braves, AAA, Shrimp, Miami's AAA. But he goes out and throws his 5th straight hitless outing in the minor leagues because he was at the AA before that. So Craig Kimbrell, I believe, and I talked about this before, I believe there's assuming health, an almost sure guarantee that he is back with the Braves by the time we start our next homestand. They may bring him out earlier depending on how this road trip goes because we got 6 games on the road, and they're in hitter-friendly parks, really hitter-friendly park in Colorado. I'm hoping we get cold weather out there in Colorado because the ball doesn't fly as well, and it really helps your bullpen. So I'm hoping with them playing Colorado in April instead of June or July when we normally play them, it'll be kinder to our bullpen. But if they can get through these next 6 games without having to use him out there, then I would expect him to start with the Braves next home series. They're just trying to make sure he's ready to go, but his stuff looks amazing. With all that being said, the Braves are going to be looking at a bullpen that is pretty, I'm not going to say it's in great shape, but it's getting a hell of a lot better. That's the best thing that I can tell you. It's getting a hell of a lot better because that bullpen is,
you got Iglesias and Bummer. They will be well rested. They were not using the Wednesday game. Iglesias was not using the Tuesday game. We're off Thursday. And so now we go into Friday. Iglesias should be reset. Bummer should be reset. I didn't see this till after the ball game, but one of the writers said that we tweeted it during the game, but pregame, Snicker told him that Iglesias and Bummer weren't likely to be used. And of course we saw that because the Braves ended up winning the game on Thursday 4-1. And so with all that being said, you're going to end up with what is possibly a well-rested bullpen, a bullpen that's pitching much better. We still have holes, but if Kimbrel could be half as good as he's been down in the minor leagues so far, that really helps you on a. Now, the biggest concern that I have with him, but they have been using him as setup in the minor leagues. But the biggest concern that I have with him, in fact, last night he was using the 8th inning, and I'm glad they're doing that because the past several years with Kimbrel, if he hasn't been your closer, he doesn't seem to be locked in, and he doesn't seem to have that same edge to him, I guess would be the best word. I don't know. But with all that being said, I believe that he could be the big answer in the back of that bullpen heading in with Iglesias. We still don't have necessarily what you would say a devastating lefty to close it down, but Dylan Lee's done pretty well. And I've got faith in Dylan Lee in the 7th and 8th inning. He's not going to blow guys away, but he's got a very crafty slider. He's got a solid fastball, and he's very tough on lefties. Bummer is one of those guys that is a reverse guy, meaning that he's actually much tougher on righties, which you love from a left-hander. And he's more of a guy, realistically, you go to bring in a jam. And I know he got a bad rap when he first came up, and everyone was making fun of him because of his name, and he had a couple of bad outings. But honestly, if you look at what he's done the past year, Aaron Bummer's been pretty damn good. The reason why he doesn't get a lot of love and praise is because he's not a strikeout guy. You bring Aaron Bummer in realistically to kill a rally, and that's what they use him for typically. Now, there are times where he comes in and starts off the inning. And there have been a lot of times. I think he's much better at that, but most pitchers are. But he is a guy that they will go get, and the reason why is because his best pitch is that sharp dipping sinker, and he's trying to get you to bang it on the ground for a double play. That's his game. So you start to see the pieces of the bullpen start to unfold. And remember, we still got other guys down there. We haven't heard much about them, but remember Buck Farmer, remember a couple of the other guys. I mean, these are guys that they're going to need at some point this year because bullpen arms never stay healthy because they typically get used 60 to 70 times in a game. In a season, 60 to 70 times in a season. They try to keep it around the 50 range, but they typically, if you're a very good bullpen arm and you're on a very good team and you're actually making a run towards the playoffs, you're usually used around 60. Usually north of 60. Usually they try to keep you below 70, but it's usually much more of the 40 to 50 range. And the point is you're up being used, we'll say 2 to 3 times a week at the very most. They usually try to keep you a 1 to 2, but we'll just say there's a lot of times where you go 3 times a week, which we know happens. Well, eventually, man, you get dead arm, you have some injury, whatever. You hit spots where you're just not that efficient. They have to kind of, some of them you can't shut them down because of the roster game, but you have to go send other guys down to bring guys up because you don't want to use so-and-so on this day because he's really been flat the last couple of outings. So that's all I'm saying on that because Bummer, if you go back and look at his numbers, which I have, he was much better down the back end of the year last year than people remember. And it's because when we first got him, A, he has the funny last name, and B, he got off to a rough start. And fans tend to remember the bad starts to a season much more than they do the middle bulk and going forward. And had we made a run in the playoffs, all that would have been by the wayside. But we were, 2 in barbecue, and we were heading off back to Atlanta saying, see you next year. So that really never came into play. But you look at all the times that he was used, and Jimenez and all the guys in the bullpen did a great job last year. If it wasn't, the Braves never get to the playoffs. I know it's terrible that we got eliminated immediately, But think of all the teams that don't get to make the playoffs at all. We had what was a difficult but a memorable 2024 because it was so damn hard to make the playoffs. And then the way the whole thing unfolded, where they had to play the next day after a doubleheader against the Mets, they really had no real shot. We were hoping to, any given day, obviously, kind of like the movie Any Given Sunday, any given day you can win, but you weren't looking great when you looked at what you had options for in the starting pitching. Because if you remember, Sale was unavailable because he was injured. The whole thing fell apart. But Aaron Bummer was a big part of that success. So my point is the bullpen in general has been really, really impressive. Really impressive. The next thing that I'll say here is that looking at, so talked about Kimbrel, and he should be back anytime, probably within the next week, I would think, maybe sooner. You never know. We do these on noon on Friday, so I don't really know what the roster moves are going to be right before first pitch. So people that come in and they listen to the audio replay, I always see these comments. I'm like, yeah, I know something happened at 4:00, but we do these at noon. So, try to keep up. You look at the pitching schedule for this weekend as let me pull out of this real quick and see if I can get that. All right, here we go. All right. So what we have right now is let me see if I can actually get this thing to scroll sideways. That's a little too big, but what we have here is there we go. There's the pitching matchup. So if you look at your screen, you've got Sale versus Gallen, Holmes versus Merrill Kelly, and Schwellenbach versus Fott. The guy who's pitched the best so far for the Diamondbacks of these three has been Brandon Fott. And so that's going to be a nip and tuck game, the third game of the series on Sunday. Merrill Kelly is a pretty solid veteran, and you could never assume that you're going to put up a lot of runs on anybody, especially a veteran like Kelly. But he is coming in with the 4.73 ERA. And we've already talked about how Gallen's not off to a great start. If you look at what he's done recently, I'm talking about Merrill Kelly at this point. He had one awful outing the second game of the series in Yankee Stadium. He went 3 2/3. I remember this game. I just didn't know that he pitched. I remember it being on in the background when we were having our own damn problems. But 3 2/3, and he went 9 earned runs. I mean, he was basically forced to stay out there and take one for the team, right? But outside of that, Merrill Kelly, 2 earned runs, 1 earned run, 1 earned run, 1 earned run. So of the, was it 1, 2, see, of the 5 starts that he's had, one was a bust, the 9 earned runs. The other 4, 3 of them he only gave up 1 earned run, and he went over 5 innings in all 4 of them. The other one, it was just 2 earned runs. So when you look at it, Merrill Kelly, that's going to be a tough matchup. There's no way around it. It's going to be a tough matchup. Brandon Fox pitched pretty well. Talked about that. And then once again, tonight's game, if you look at the matchup and where Gallen is coming in with the 5.6 ERA, and that seems enormously high for Gallen, as talented as he is. But if you look at his game log, so the first game of the season, 4 innings, 4 earned runs. You know that's going to rip your ERA. The next time he's at Yankee Stadium, he went 6 2/3 and shut him out. Then he comes back home against Baltimore, goes 4 2/3, gives up 5. And April 13th, sorry, we got a delivery at the door, so you're going to hear the dogs barking in the background. But 6 innings, 2 earned runs, 1 home run at home against Milwaukee. Either that or I'm having a home invasion. It's one of the two. So, and then his last time out at Chicago, 6 innings, 6 earned runs. And let me see. That wasn't the crazy game. That was not the crazy game on the Friday where there was the seesaw affair and Arizona had the lead, lost the lead, had the lead, and the loss in the end, that was at 13-12 instant classic type game. That was the day after. And everything that I read off of that, he didn't have a great outing, but they couldn't go get him because their bullpen was cooked. And so because of the previous game, and they were trying to win that game because they made this huge comeback. So you can understand why that is. But when it's all said and done, this is a team with Arizona that's got a pretty talented bullpen, and they've got a pretty talented pitching roster. For us to beat them, we're not going to be able to just walk in there and do it. We are going to have to, and I mean have to, get some good quality innings today from Chris Sale. Chris Sale has been a disappointment, and I know we're basically coming off of the Cy Young year, so every Braves fan who doesn't know his career compares it off of that. He has had struggles through his career. He normally figures them out. And what you hope that's not happening is that he's hiding some kind of injury. If he's hiding some kind of injury, it's going to be a problem. But other than that, they are expecting Chris Sale to be Chris Sale this weekend. If he does not come out and pitch well again, it's going to be concerning. Now, this is a good Arizona Diamondbacks offense, and it's a pretty hitter-friendly park. It's not a tomato can, but it is a hitter-friendly park. But for Chris Sale to come back and be Chris Sale, I'm not worried about his Evo. Everybody was focusing on that one or two starts ago, but I've seen him hit 97 regularly. He typically tries to keep it around 94-ish, 95-ish, because he's got better control with that, and you're not trying to wear yourself out. And he's a veteran. He knows what the hell he's doing. But I've seen him hit 97 a couple of times over the last couple of starts. So the velocity's there. What has not been there has been the control. And it's not just been with his slider. Slider's been catching way too much of the plate. But it's also been his hard stuff, which really sets it up. Now, he did have a couple of starts actually, but we'll just focus on the last one where he was getting pinched, but he was also not hitting his zone, and you don't tend to get the benefit of the doubt if you're not hitting the zone. But he's got the biggest concern that I have this weekend of all the pitchers is what does Chris Sale look like tonight? And that's pretty much it. Because Chris Sale, if he can get back to form where he's going out there giving us 6 or 7 of, it doesn't have to be shutout ball, but 1 run, 2-run ball, the type of stuff an ace does. I'm convinced that Schwellenbach's going through some growing pains, but he didn't have his best stuff the other night, and he actually fought through it and pitched admirably. And as long as the Spencer Strider IL isn't long-term, this pitching staff's going to be really damn good. We still haven't heard any kind of update on Raylo. I don't think we will hear an update anytime soon, but I could be wrong on that. But if they get him back at some point this year, even if it's like, and we were talking about it not too long ago, even if it's just to play in the bullpen, come out of the bullpen, pitch out of the bullpen, you could really add, if you could get the other guys to pitch well enough in the starting rotation for the remainder of the year that we have access to, not just up top, but also down on the farm, like Smith-Shawver, which I would expect him to pitch either Monday or Tuesday of next week. You could have something big time in the bullpen if you go, hey, Raylo, what we want to do is take it easy on your arm this year because you're having some issues. Why don't you just go out there and you're going to be one of our bullpen guys? So then you're talking about, and look, if you add an arm at the trade deadline, you could put Grant Holmes back out there. So then you're talking about having a real, you guys thinking about all the things that Anthopoulos is thinking about behind closed doors that he would never utter to the public. But think about if you were to bring in an extra arm. Everybody who stays healthy is the assumption. You bring in an extra arm at the deadline. It's like a veteran starting pitcher. It doesn't have to be an ace, but a guy who's a solid number 2, solid number 3, right? Then you're talking about having a bullpen that would not only have eyeglasses, not only would have Kimball, an ace, but a guy who's a solid number 2. You could be adding Grant Holmes and Raylo. That would be a nasty bullpen. And you hit postseason. If you can get to postseason, holy cow, where do you turn on that? You would like to have a nasty lefty involved in that, but Bummer and Lee haven't been shabby, and you could probably get through it. But you never know what left-hander may end up on the trade market as well. So that's all I've got for that. Let me see if there's any other went through that, talked about, AJ Smith-Shawver most likely will be ready to rock in the next series. I do want to make a point that the Strider IL was backdated to the 18th, which was the first day that they could do it. So that means, in theory, he would be available next weekend. Now, is he going to be? Big question mark. But if it's just a slight, and it was just a grade 1 hamstring strain, he should be able to pitch next weekend. If not, then right after that. They may not do it instantly off the 15, but it could be in the Cincinnati Red Series. So you never know. But and honestly, they may not want to bring him back the weekend of the Dodger series, because that little extra oomph and let's go get him, and we got, acting like a monster and all that stuff, he could blow his hamstring out again. So all that goes into play. But one of the things I did want to make a point of, because this was pretty interesting, Snitker was asked about the Eli White home run and why he did not pinch hit for Verdugo with Verdugo. When the lefty came in, they brought in a righty, and they could have brought Verdugo into pinch hit for Eli White. I found this interesting. I was thinking about it at the time, but it happened so quick I didn't have a chance to even bring it up, because Eli White hit that home run. But he said he was going to have Verdugo pinch hit for Fairchild, which, if you remember, Fairchild was in for Kid Kelnick, which was the very next batter. And we had runners on second and third with one out. And the idea was, let's be honest, Fairchild hasn't given us very good at bats. And the pitcher was going to have to face the next 3 batters anyways. He knew that if they brought in Verdugo for Eli with second and third and one out, they would probably just walk Verdugo, and then it's up to Fairchild to come through. So did want to bring that up, because I saw a lot of people complaining and moaning, and for once I would say that was good managing. That was thinking ahead. I've never thought that he's done a poor job with the pinch hitting. The only time we've ever complained with him is it's just been the leadership factor. It's the leadership factor. Stand up for your guys. That's it. That's all we want. We want a pulse in the dugout. That's all it is. But I did find it interesting that they kind of laid that out so that everybody could understand what was going on. Well, we said we're going to try to keep these short and sweet. I might have to edit this down. So if you want to hear the full broadcast, as opposed to just the auto replay, because we may have to edit these down if we go over time like I did today. I just want to make sure that catch us on YouTube on noon on Fridays and Mondays for the next few weeks, but it's the first game of every series. Doesn't matter what time the start time is. It's the first game of the series, because we're out west the whole week. We're still doing these at noon. So, and that's because we have people carrying it, simulcasting it around the country. So we had to be more, more consistent with what our times would be. Because in a perfect world, I would have preferred to do a game where we're not playing. Our first pitch is 9:40 tonight. Perfect world, I would have loved to do one around 4 o'clock, because you're closer to when they may make moves. But that's the reasoning behind it. So if they make a move and they decide to trade the whole starting roster to the Los Angeles Dodgers for players to be named later, don't yell at me, because this thing was done at noon. All right. We laugh, but hell, you never know. I could see the Dodgers doing that and then deferring all the money somehow. All right. Y'all have a great one. See if there are any questions or let me see here. I don't think there's any questions. So if not, we will jam out of here. Oh, I almost forgot the post-game show. We are going to experiment it with at the end of this road series. It is going to, so the first one I'm going to try to do, assuming everything lines up correctly, would be Wednesday after the Colorado game, which what time does that thing actually start? 3:10? I'm not sure if that's right. I thought they always started theirs like 40 after the hour. Let me double check that real quick. Are they actually playing at what 3:10 Eastern? Yeah, that's right. Okay, they used to do 3:40. So after that game, we're going to start a post-game show. I'm sure it's going to be, millions of people going to be watching it because it's the first one ever. But it's going to be on TikTok. So if you're on TikTok, it's Braves Country X. But that's where we're going to start doing those. We won't be doing them on YouTube because we're trying to diversify where we are, and you can't be at off the same platform all the time because nobody else sees you. There's a lot of people, believe it or not, don't watch YouTube at all, and and it's just not their thing. And so we're trying to get to the people who want to just jump into a live and say things and whatever, ask questions. Probably a lot of ugly things. I'm sure we'll run into Philly fans, but we're going to do them on TikTok, and that starts on Wednesday. I'm not 100% sure if it's going to work, but we're going to try it because I just got the notification that we got enough followers to be able to go live, but I don't know how it works. And for you to actually do one, you have to literally go live. So I'm just going to go live Wednesday after the game, Wednesday night, and we'll just see how it works. It may be an absolute disaster, but we'll eventually get it worked out. I thought there would be like a training mode, but their training mode from the way that they sell it is, well, you have about 30 to 60 seconds to train, and then you will go live. I'm like, well, I don't want to go live right now. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I might push the wrong button and set off a Scud missile somewhere. So 9:40 first pitch. Y'all have a good one, Braves Country.
You guys, let's listen up. We won a game yesterday, and if we win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before. So let's see some hustle. Let's jack it up a little. I got a feeling things are about to turn around for us.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live as the Braves are on the road, and we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Here's your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing left field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Dr. Doogie. Alex Verdugo has 2 RBIs and a .273 average. Batting second, playing third, Austin Riley. 6 home runs, 16 RBI, batting .296. Batting third, the designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. 4 home runs, 9 RBI, batting .318. Matt Olson, the Ice House, is batting cleanup. 4 home runs, 15 RBI, batting .238. Sean Murphy is behind home plate and batting fifth. 6 home runs, 12 RBI, batting .205. Batting sixth, playing second, Ozzie Albies. 4 home runs, 11 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .234. Batting seventh and patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Michael Harris II. He has 3 home runs, 11 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .233. Batting eighth and getting the start tonight, the hero of Game 3 of the St. Louis series. It's the Book of Eli. Eli White is batting .238 on the year, 1 home run, 3 RBI, and a stolen base. Batting ninth, playing short, Nick Allen. Batting .269 on the year with 4 stolen bases, 1 RBI. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it's the conductor, Chris Saleday. He's 0-2 with a 6.17 ERA and a 1.63 whip. the 2024 NL Cy Young winner, has 23 1/3 innings pitched, 31 hits allowed, 7 walks, 4 home runs served versus 32 strikeouts. He'll be going head-to-head with Zach Gallen. He's 1-3 with a 5.6 ERA, 1.43 WHIP, 27 1/3 innings, 26 hits, 29 strikeouts, 13 walks, 5 home runs served. Backing up Gallen in the bottom of the first inning, leading off and playing shortstop, it's Geraldo Perdomo. He has 3 home runs, 19 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .256. Batting second, playing right, Corbin Carroll. 9 home runs, 23 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .321. Batting third, the designated hitter, Randall Grichuk. He has 5 RBI and a .276 average. Batting cleanup, playing left, Lourdes Gurriel. 4 home runs, 14 RBI, batting .165. Josh Naylor is playing first base tonight and batting fifth. 4 home runs, 17 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .323. Eugenio Suarez is at third base and batting sixth. 6 home runs, 15 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .159. Moreno is batting seventh and behind home plate. He has 2 RBI and a .220 average. Tawa is at second base and batting eighth. 4 home runs, 9 RBI, 2 stolen bases in just 36 at-bats, a .250 average. And Barossa is making his debut tonight. He has no at-bats on the 2025 season. He'll be in center field for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it's Phil Cousy. Your first base umpire, Tony Randazzo. Second base will be manned by Clint Vondrick, and down the third base line, it's Dan Bellino. Your Atlanta Braves come in 10-14 on the season. The Diamondbacks are 14-11. Your Atlanta Braves are minus 128 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. Our pick to click tonight, we're going to go with Austin Riley. He's 5 for 13 lifetime versus tonight's starting pitcher with a .385 average, 1 home run and an RBI. Olsen and Albies have also gone yard against tonight's right-hander. Zach Gallen has a high strikeout rate for those in the lineup tonight. The Braves will be trying to get that ball in play and run his pitch count up. Other keys to the game tonight, the Diamondbacks starting lineup, and for that matter, the entire series, they're going to try to keep Corbin Carroll under control. He's 2 for 5 lifetime, surprising because it's lefty on lefty tonight versus Sale. And so far this season, Corbin Carroll has been raking. He's 9 home runs already and a .321 average. The Arizona Diamondbacks get power up and down the lineup. 6 of the 9 starters tonight have 4 home runs or more already. And Chris Sale's going to try to keep that ball in the yard. We need a good start from Sale. We need 6. We'd love to see 7 of 2-run or less ball from Chris Sale. He's been very rocky to start the season. It's time for a big-time shutdown game and get this road trip off to a great start. We're going to take your Atlanta Braves, put a few on the board. They'll probably need to against this Arizona offense. Give me your Atlanta Braves to win tonight, 6-3. Just a quick reminder, tonight's game, 9:40 first pitch. Tomorrow is a bit late for a Saturday at 8:10. And Sunday afternoon, we get going at 4:10 Eastern. We are out west until Wednesday. Also, a quick note, we are beginning a post-game show for most of the games. We will begin it after we come back from this long road trip out west because the games will be finishing very late. But we're going to debut the 2025 post-game show Wednesday, the last game of this series, assuming weather, right here on the channel. You're going to have to be a Country Club member to join, an added perk for you Country Club members. We'd like to give a special shout out to those of y'all that never chime in but support the channel. We see you and it's very much appreciated. You know, not everybody likes to chat during the game, but we see the names and the numbers. Thank you for your support. If you want to see the free version, we're doing it over on TikTok. It's Brave Country X. Put your click in the chat, slap that like, and let's get ready, Braves Country. We'd like to thank everybody for choosing Braves Country Radio, and a special thanks to all the Country Club members Please like on your way in and subscribe, set those alerts, and share Braves Country Radio to help build the crowd so we can continue to bring you the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. Atlanta Braves Baseball right here on Braves Country Radio. Your modern-day superstation is in its 5th season of bringing you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves and our one-of-a-kind production. Take us anywhere you go for over 170 Atlanta Braves ball games. Please like and subscribe today. Join the Country Club. Thank you to all the Country Club members. You help support Braves Country Radio.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back.
Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves Country. We'll make this short and sweet as we're coming up on first pitch. And honestly didn't expect to see so many people in here right before first pitch on a late game. Good to see everybody. Appreciate you spending your evening here at Braves Country Radio. Good to see you, Hellion. I see Brian, Floyd the Barber, JT, Charles Fritz, Charlie Elrod. Who else do we have up in here? SS Dub, good to see you. Floyd the Barber Donnelly, Justin Green, Gary the Real McCoy, Jameson, and now we got James up in here. Good to see you, James. Thought I saw... Christopher Townsend, good to see you. John. I wasn't sure if John would be passed out by now. Waking up, puke and rally. Bugs, good to see you. Mark Ricky Ricardo. I think I said Charles Fritz. Jihad. And if anybody else, Brian Andrews or B.A. Baracus. Russell Hall. Endless Florida. Unless that's Florida. 1818, good to see you. World Drummer. There's Oswaldo Perez. I think that's just about everybody. We're going to take a really quick break. Back in a flash here on Braves Country. Pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves on the way. Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. America's patriotic light lager, all natural ingredients. Stand tall, be proud. The perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. America's patriotic light lager, offering a crisp, clean, bold taste. The perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. A beer with only 110 calories that tastes like a full-flavored beer and celebrates like freedom. Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Join the Country Club today. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. It helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. From the mountains to the prairies to your pint glass with white foam, we're bringing back beer with a backbone. All that matters in our brew is taste and a touch of American excellence. American Rebel Beer, born in the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the radio news.
Sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. There is nothing wrong. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into
Adventures in Time and Space.
We offer you
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hi, folks. Join us now for another Braves ball game. Yes, sir. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is it. This makes you feel like it's spring and baseball. No more measles and free tickets to the circus.
You're in Braves country.
This is a reminder, disorderly conduct will not be tolerated. Please respect your fellow fan and refrain from any unruly behavior. Failure to comply with these guidelines will result in ejection.
Good evening, y'all. The Atlanta Braves are wearing their road grays tonight. Blue ball caps, white A representing the city of Atlanta. Atlanta across the chest in red. Tomahawk underneath, outlined in navy. Same thing with the numerals on the back. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are wearing their home reds. Looks like they do a Friday night red. White ball caps. Excuse me, white pants, red ball caps with a black bill and their Arizona Diamondback logo, the Diamondback logo itself, on the front of the hat. Looks like a sparsely, I think it's about half full, but it's also a few hours earlier out there, so they're probably just getting in, fighting the Phoenix, Arizona traffic as Gallon did they make a change? I'm seeing Kelly on my screen. Is that Kelly? Is that Merrill Kelly? First pitch on the way. No, that's Zach Gallen. That's that's FanDuel Bally's being FanDuel Bally's. First pitch on the way. Yes, sir. It's baseball time in Braves country, and the first pitch on the way is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. One and one. The 1-1 pitch swung on, lifted into left field. So we try to reset the 3D. Not sure why it's not. There it goes. It was hiding on us. Pitch on the way to Verdugo is swung on and lifted down the line. It's going to be an F7 in your scorecard, one away. The first pitch on the way to Austin Riley, 95 on the paint. Outer edge, it's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. The 0-1 to Riley, 296 on the year. Swing and a miss up top. It's 0-2. 6 home runs, 16 RBI, and 857 OPS. And that's pretty bad when your production manager didn't know who the starting pitcher was tonight. The 0-2 misses high, 1-2. 1-2 count. I thought that was really odd because I know that Merrill Kelly, not only did he pitch 5 days earlier, he left because of cramping. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. 95 blew it right by him. Good night, Irene. 2 away. Kind of figured we were going to be in a pitcher's battle to start the game. Zach Gallen, very talented right-hander. Before they signed Corbin Burns, he would be considered their ace. He's had some tough postseasons. In the 2023 is the first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna, his 4-seamer, right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. 2023 postseason, when the Snakes made it to the World Series, he really faded down the stretch. The 0-1, inside 1-1. But that may have just been arm fatigue. I don't know how often Gallen had really gone that far, and he'd been good earlier in the year. We covered that World Series, and I just remember him getting peppered and being shocked by it because he's always been a really good pitcher. 1-1 bounces out of the glove of the hind catcher Moreno. It'll be 2-1. Gallen wanted the call was a little off the edge, and you're not going to get that frame when the ball pops out of the glove. The 2-1 count to Ozuna. 95 high in the zone, called for a strike. Ozuna doesn't like it already. 2-2. Your home plate umpire, Phil Cousy. He is known to have a big strike zone north and south. The 2-2. Whoa, hey, high. Bounces off the glove of Moreno behind home plate. If there was a runner on board, it'd be a wild pitch, but instead it's just a ball 3. So a full count to the Big Zoo. Braves nothing, Snakes nothing. Payoff pitch. Misses high, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first, and your Atlanta Braves got 1 on with 2 outs. Maybe they can get something going here. Next guy to the plate is Matt Olson, righty-lefty matchup. Gallen steps off the bump for a second, scuffing his shoes. Might have had a little dirt inside him, inside the spikes. Comes set, the first pitch. Bender, knuckle curve right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Gallen lifts his glove and brings it. 94 outside wide, 1-1. 1-1 count. Ozuna standing on first, 2 outs if you're just joining us. Verdugo flew out, and Riley struck out as the 1-1's right there on the outer edge, 1-2. Might have been a touch wide, but he got the call. So 1-2 count. Matt Olson batting .238, 4 home runs, 15 RBI. The 1-2 high and out of the zone, 2-2. Comes in with an 801 OPS. He's going to flip it over to first base to keep Ozuna honest. Ozuna's got a big smile on his face by saying, man, I haven't stolen a base since a base stole me. The 2-2 count. Brings it. Swing. Fouls it straight back. Knuckle curve. Just got underneath it. Looks like they're going to have the roof open tonight. Wasn't sure about that. It was 88 degrees with the wind blowing a touch in. The 2-2. Down below the knees. Ball 3. Tried to get him with the changeup. That's a good pitch. It was low, but that was a good choice because Olsen was not looking for it. He throws a 5-pitch mix, 4-seam, curve, change, slider, and cutter. 46% of the time it's the 4-seamer. The 3-2, swing, there's that 4-seamer. Fouls it back. The slider, curve, and change are pretty close, so he mixes in the 4 pretty regularly. That cutter is just enough to keep you off balance at 4%. Infield for the Diamondbacks is back and to the right. Huge hole down the left line. The 3-2 in the dirt, ball 4. So great job, great at bats, back-to-back for your Atlanta Braves. Bender down and in, trying to get him to chase that knuckle curve, and instead we've got runners on first and second, 2 outs, and the Smurf coming to the plate. You can't ask for a better time to have Sean Murphy to the plate, because the biggest thing you get concerned with Sean Murphy is that double play. Well, that's impossible. First pitch on the way, 4-seam fastball off the plate. It's 1-0. We are starting the post-game show when we come back towards the East Coast. The first one will be Wednesday. If you missed the announcement at the beginning of the show, I'll go over it here in a second, how you can watch it. The 1-0, misses high and inside, 2-0. For you country club members, I talked them into carrying it here on the channel. But you're going to have to be a country club member to watch. If you want to watch it for free, we're going to be over on TikTok at Braves Country X. 2-0, 4-seam fastball. Two and one, just grabbed the outer edge. Two one count. Murph digs in. Knuckle curve misses. Ball 3-1. So if nothing else, they have ran Zach Gallen's pitch count to 25 pitches. And I talked about in the pregame show how they really have gotten battered with their bullpen recently. The 3-1, 94, just touches the outer edge. If Sean Murphy wasn't a catcher, he'd probably complain. It looked like it just missed the zone, but Murph's going to want those same calls for Sale. So now the runners will be in motion. First and second, 2 outs, the payoff pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. That one was right down Main Street. Not sure what Murph was looking for, but it wasn't that. Well, he spit the bit, but we did get the pitch count up. We'll head to the bottom of the first here in Braves country on Chris Sale Day.
In 1983 World Series, the first game of that series is in Baltimore. 2 things happen that night. Number 1, I meet Bob Costas for the first time, and Cosell walks by. And Costas sees Cosell, who's coming up from behind me, and goes, Howard, says, want to say hello? I'm Bob Costas with NBC. And Cosell says, I know who you are. You're the child who rhapsodizes about the infield fly rule. I'm sure you'll have a fine career. That was Cosell's initial interaction with Bob Costas.
Larry Bird, you don't realize how big Larry Bird is until you stand up close to him. So he walked by us and he says, y'all those college guys? And we was like, yeah, we the college guys. And he looked at us and he said, get some rest, it's gonna be a long week.
Fisk became the first of the catchers of a new generation of receivers that were different than all those who came before him. Nobody had ever really seen catchers that were this tall, this angular as Carlton Fisk was. He was statuesque behind the plate.
And Carlton's size made his constant presence back there all that more amazing. So how did Pudge keep going?
My longevity depended on a number of things. First and foremost is my DNA allowed me to do it.
What a great throw, one of the finest catchers in baseball.
I don't think anybody else has matched him in numbers or years of games called.
Fisk played for 24 seasons and caught 100 or more games in half of them.
He was big and strong, and he was durable. Behind the plate, he was better than most guys I've ever seen. Offensively, he was one of the better offensive catchers in the game of baseball.
Forget about it, it's gone. A home run for Carlton Fisk.
An 11-time All-Star, Fisk is second all-time among catchers with 844 extra base hits.
We will have a seventh game in the 1975 World Series.
Everybody who saw it can remember where they were, who they were with. It's one of those moments that's permanently branded in your brain.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. First pitch on the way. 93 up top from Chris Sale as the conductor brings the first pitch of the game to you. It's 1-0. Perdomo leading off. The 1-0. 94 right down the pipe. 1-1. I had you in mind as well, Hellion. I just knew that Charles and I had been talking back and forth on the day. Braves Country today is what I'm trying to say. 1-1 count as Perdomo steps out of the box. Lefty, righty. Pitch. Inside, 93. 1-2. So the first one will be Wednesday. We're going to do most games. We're just not going to do them when we're on the West Coast because it's kind of goofy to even try that. Is the 1-1 foul back 1-2. We were going to wait till they came back in May and just announce it like that, but I told them that I wanted a couple of dry runs just to see how it went because I know how to do it on the YouTube, but we're going to have it set up on a different device for the TikTok. 1-2. Out and away, 2-2. Trying to basically, the theory behind it is trying to build an audience over there on TikTok, and maybe they'll come in over here and watch the games on YouTube eventually. I know it'll take a while because it didn't take as long as I thought it would to build the TikTok. Because the 2-2 swing, that ball gets laced in the left field, down for a base hit. Another slider getting way too much of the zone by Chris Sale. And they've got the leadoff runner on here in the bottom of the first. Yeah, I went to bat because the powers that be were like, man, the whole reason we're doing this is to build the damn. So they're like, you're killing me with this, and I was like, well, dude, think of it from this perspective. It's another perk for the country club members. So that's how I won the argument. First pitch on the way, lefty-lefty matchup is a strike on the outer corner. It's 0-1. Just got a message from Jason. He's actually watching this game with us, and he said he told me I'm a real pain in the ass, which I know that. The 0-1, swing chops it off the plate. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Well, how long we'll have everyone here tonight, but I appreciate everyone who is spending their Friday night here on Braves Country. West Coast swing, which we've got more of them nowadays because of the way that they've changed the schedule in Major League Baseball, where you play everybody, the 0-2, down and away 1-2. But the only good news is we do get two of them out of the way early in the season. It's been brutal, and I was looking at, I wanted to bring this up on the standings. If you're looking at the big picture for postseason for the Braves, is the 1-2 pitch, swing, slices it foul, out of play. Giving chase down the line was Verdugo, but he ran out of room. If you're looking at the division, we're 7.5 behind the Mets, but the Mets have gotten off to a scorching hot start. That's not going to last. The 1-2. Swing, chops it foul. Do it again. They'll probably come back to the Pack, and the Pack is who I would consider the Braves and the Phillies. We're 2 games behind the Phillies. So think of that big picture. As long as the Mets don't go on some torrid streak and run away with the National League, we're not as far off as we could be with that terrible start. The 1-2. Slider. Just misses inside. Would have loved to have had that call, but it did look like it missed. Talked about a pregame Corbin Carroll is off to an unbelievable hot start. When you consider how bad he was last year, it really is night and day. The 2-2. Swing, pops it up. Just got underneath it. Major League pop fly into left field. Underneath it is Dr. Doogie, one away. So Sale has got one out and one on, but he's already thrown 13 pitches in his own right. We need a double play or something to get him back on track. Out-of-town scoreboard looks like this real quick. Blue Jays lead the Yankees 4-2. Actually, that game just ended. Blue Jays beat the Yankees 4-2. Grichuk, the batter, Randall Grichuk, lefty-righty. He's going to flip over to first real quick and keep Perdomo close by. We'll change your view so you can see what's going on there, because it looks like Perdomo's starting to get a little antsy over there standing at first. Lefty-righty. Sale brings it. Slaps the outer edge. Does not get the call. Slider. 1-0. Twins 11-4 over the Angels in the 7th in Minnesota. St. Louis Cardinals lead the Brewers 3-1 in St. Louis. They're in the 7th. The 1-0. Bending slider misses once again. 2-0. That slider's not hitting. He's really going to have a hard time. That is his bread and butter pitch. He throws it 44% of the time, the four-seamer at 38. The change in the sink is just to keep you honest. The 2-0. 87 inside. 3-0. More of the same. Last few starts, he has just really struggled with his command. It hasn't been exit velocity. It hasn't been velocity. It's been the command and getting way too much of the plate and get behind the batters, running up his pitch count. The 3-0 from Sale. Whoa, nowhere near the zone, ball 4. Grichuk will get a very easy ride down to first base, and there's first and second, one out, and one of the more dangerous right-hander bats in this lineup, Lourdes Gurriel, is coming to the plate. Reds and Rockies 4-4, bottom of the 4th in Colorado. These are finals. The Nationals beat the Mets 5-4, so the Braves would move into 7 games behind the Mets as we stand now. Royals 2-0 winners over the Astros. Phillies blanked the Cubs 4-0. First pitch on the way, 93 up top. That's all one. Orlando has knocked off the Celtics 95-93 in Orlando to get the first game of that series win for Orlando. They now trail 2-1. The 0-1 swung on, chopped foul. It's 0-2. So with that being said, the Mets lost and the Phillies lost. If the Braves were to win today, they'd be a game behind Philly and 6.5 behind the Mets. We are 3.5 out of the final wild card standings. And I'll name those teams off, and I know we're not going to keep up with it all the time, but I do think you want to look at it from time to time early on. The 0-2, inside, misses. 1-2. That almost got his foot. That was dangerously close. Thank you, Charles. The 1-2 pitch is swung on. It's going to get dribbled through the infield. Ozzie throws it over to first, and it is going to be too late. It was a slow developing chopper over the head of Sale, and Ozzie had a long way to go. Gurriel still runs pretty well, and he was busting it down the line. By the time Ozzie got the ball and let go of it, Gurriel was crossing the bag. Closer than I thought it was going to be. I thought that was one of those ones he should have just kept in his pocket, but Olsen caught the ball just as Gurriel was going through the bag, so much closer than I thought it was going to be. So the bases are now juiced, and Naylor, who came over from the Guardians, pretty dangerous right-handed hitter, He's going to stand in. And I'm sorry, left-handed hitter. I was thinking of his brother. His brother still plays for the Guardians. I'm glad they finally left because he confused the hell out of me. They both looked very similar and played. At some times they actually both played first base. First pitch on the way to Naylor is, they're going to say he went around. We'll take the call. It's 0-1. Him being a lefty, I'm actually kind of surprised that he's in the lineup. I did see that he's 1-for-1 lifetime against Sale, so that might have had something to do with it. The 0-1. Swing and a miss slider. It's 0-2. I think if I was a manager and I had a left-handed batter that was 1-for-1 lifetime against Sale, I would want to go physically go see the video of it. I'd be like, how did he get it? How did, you know what I mean? Like, how did we get to that? The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 away. And he was nowhere near any of those pitches. Kind of reminded me, those of y'all are old enough to remember when John Kruk went to the plate against Randy Johnson. He put his batting helmet on backwards. He didn't want to face him. I can't imagine being a left-handed hitter and having to face that tall, lanky delivery of Sale. So Eugenio Suarez, who's a very dangerous right-handed bat, comes to the plate, takes the four-seam fastball up top. It's 1-0. He's in a bit of a slump, batting 159, but he's already clocked 6 home runs on the year. He was hot early, and he's been struggling recently. The 1-0. Fastball right down the pipe, 1-1. Hopefully we get out of town before he wakes back up. Suarez already with 15 RBI and 6 home runs. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Sale, his pitch count is up. The 1-1 swing and a miss. 98 up top, 1-2. 1-2 count. See, you gifted some. Welcome to the country club, y'all. I'll acknowledge you once I get to the other page. 1-2. Check swing foul. Do it again. Welcome to the country club. Looks like we've got Dalton Davis, Hawkins, V. William, Andrew Ford, and Eduardo. Welcome to the country club via Charles. So a 1-2 count. Bases loaded, swing. That ball's popped up high and deep into center field, but not deep enough. Michael Harris II will corral it, and that'll end the inning. A rocky inning by both starters. We head to the second. Let's go, Braves country.
Do you make a drink for failures here?
Hold on a second. Phil, what are you drinking?
A Manhattan.
Manhattan.
Coaches got a shelf. Some coaches got 50 years. Some coaches got 12. Mine was 6. Good. I got to tell you, we had a meeting. Say, Coach, things are not going well. Say, Coach, you got $17.1 million on your contract. We're going to give it to you. I said, what time you want me to leave and what door you want me out of, brother?
Number 7.
Roy, you're described as the key man in the Dodger fortunes, and they say as Campanella goes, so will the Dodgers go this year. Now, how do you feel?
I feel fine, if that's the key.
Well, Campy must have been the key, for he helped lead the Brooklyn Dodgers to 5 National League pennants in the 50s.
When Roy Campanella was at the top of his game, I don't think there was ever a better catcher in baseball history. He simply did everything.
He had a magnificent arm, called the game beautifully, studied the game.
He was a catcher who not only could manage a game and throw well, but he was a good hitter, and he could hit with power.
Campanella and Yogi Berra are the only catchers ever to be named most valuable player 3 times.
No question about it. He just excelled, and he excelled in all departments of the game.
Were it not for circumstances beyond his control in both the start and end of his career, Cappy's final numbers would have reached a whole nother level.
Roy Campanella, unfortunately, got to the major leagues late, like Jackie Robinson. But when he got to the major leagues, he was a man of much experience.
What people forget about Roy Campanella is he had been catching professionally since he was 15 years old.
He was a complete catcher, and it was was just a tragedy when his career was interrupted prematurely with that automobile accident.
That crash in January of '58 paralyzed Campanella, and his baseball days were over.
Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball here on Braves Country Radio. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies, misses out of the zone. High, it's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. Open stance from the left side, the 1-0. Just misses up top, 2-0. Gallen, just like Sale, had a high pitch count in the first inning. He'll be looking to try to get aggressive and get that down, the 2-0 to Oz. 93 at the knees, 2-1. Tim Heyer's worth his salt. He's told them to continue to work that count now that they've got it up high. The 2-1 pitch, down and in, 3-1. And you'll notice Ozzie Albies has been knocked down a peg in the order behind Smurf because of his struggles. The 3-1 swing ripped over to first. Hard hit ball, an atom ball. Naylor makes the catch. Ozzie's got to be so frustrated on that one. He's been struggling, and that ball was scorched, but it was right at him. He had to backhand it, take a couple of steps to his right. If it's just a hair over, that's going to be into right field. First pitch on the way to Harris is up top for a ball. It's 1-0. Good to see you, Mr. Spry. Saw a couple other folks come to Darryl and his other brother Darryl, the 1-0. Misses high, 2-0. Oswaldo with the Vamos. Is it not Vamos Bravos? It's Vamos Braves? The 2-0. 92 on the outer edge. 2-1. 2-1 count. Pitch on the way, down and in, 3-1. Three-1 count. Hate to hear that, Robert Griffin. The 3-1 from Gallen. Swing, chases one out of the zone, fouls it away. That would have been a base runner for sure. That was about 2 to 3 inches up high. So a full count. Righty-lefty matchup. Here's the pitch. Swing, that ball's ripped into right field. That's going to get through for our first base hit of the night. And you know what that means? When they get, even if it's a single, the first base of the night gets the clip.
What they know about that?
God bless you, Mike. Keep your game tight.
Never know. You know what I'm saying? I got a little razzle dazzle.
Michael Harris II is now on. Now we've got speed at work with Eli White standing at the dish. First pitch, they're going to flip it over to first, if I can say that. As they flip it over to first, here's the first pitch. The first pitch, right there, down the pipe for a strike, it's 0-1. I forget what sitcom that is, but there was someone saying, there was some word they were saying, and the guy goes, you said the word so many times, it doesn't have any meaning, stop it. The 0-1 swung on and fouled it back at 0-2. I think it was Doug Heffernan. So an 0-2 count. Eli White with that big 3-run home run. The player of the game Wednesday in the getaway day against St. Louis, the series winner. The 0-2 to Eli in the dirt. Good take. 1-2. 1-2 count. Kicks and fires. Up, high, and inside, 2-2. I've got a Los Bravos polo somewhere. I haven't seen it this year, but I know we're doing so much packing and whatnot. I know it's in one of my things. The 2-2's fouled away. We'll do it again. It's one of my favorite shirts just because of the story behind it. I know I've told it many times, so I'll drag you through it again. But next time I wear it, I'll probably tell the story. I still get text message from my buddy. They're just every once in a while, randomly, he'll send me a text. He says, "Go Los Bravos." The 2-2 swing, fouls it away. We'll do it again. The 2-2 swing. That ball is smoked down the left field line. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Michael Harris around, and he will be safe. And your Atlanta Braves, how about that? Comes through with the big hit. Holy cow. That ball was absolutely scorched down the left field line. Eli White drilled that pitch down the left field line. They were playing him to pull, but not by that much. He got inside on that ball and ripped it past the diving glove of Suarez. First pitch on the way to Nicky Allen. Little Nicky takes it up top for a strike. It's 0-1. More speed as Nick Allen. He's got good wheels himself. He's got 4 stolen bases on the year. The 0-1 right there at the knees. 1-1. I know we'll get faster when Acuna comes back, but I'm telling you, I love these lineups that have more speed in the lineup. I know we won the World Series and whatnot with guys like Peterson and Soler and whatnot, but it really is good to have speed out there on those base paths. The 0-2. Caught looking, strike 3. It was a very close pitch. And I'll just say this, if you're Nick Allen, it's too close to take with 2 strikes. If you're sitting there with 1 strike or no strikes, you can be as picky as you want when the pitch is that close. If it hit the zone, it was the stitches. First pitch on the way is a cutter inside for a strike to Alex Verdugo. It's 0-1. He had the day off on Wednesday. Verdugo batting .261 on the year with 2 RBIs. Came up just last week. Righty-lefty matchup. Gallen, by the way, this will be his 50th pitch. Inside, down and in, knuckle curve. 1-1. 1-1 count. Was that your click, Hellion, Eli? Well, that click clacked. The 1-1 swing, pops it up down the left field line, giving chase. That ball's going to be fair. Holy cow! Holy cow! Doogie with a double, an RBI double. That ball barely snuck in down the left field line, and your Atlanta Braves 2-0.
What's going on? Blood pressure's coming up. The pulse is getting stronger. Get the OR ready. We've got a live one going, and we want him to stay that way.
That ball was a jam shot realistically because Verdugo was a touch late on it. The pitch was on about down Main Street, but he got underneath it and was a touch behind it as the first pitch on the way to Riley's off the plate, wide, 4-seam fastball. It's 1-0. So if you're listening on radio, basically as he swung through it as a left-handed bat, it went down the left field line because he was behind it. I did not think it was going to stay fair, and it barely got in the line. The 1-0 swung on and rifled back foul. It's 1-1. it was a balloon shot, and the third baseman and left fielder were converging on it. But as that play unfolded, I realized neither one was going to get to it. I still didn't believe it was going to stay fair. And it wasn't one of those ones that could be reviewed because the ball was actually on the fair side of the foul line. The 1-1 down and in, 2-1. So if you're an Arizona fan, it wasn't one that they should. It was definitely a fair ball, but as soon as it hit fair, it kicked foul. Almost like a divot shot from I guess that'd be like a 7-iron. The 2-1 swing rips through left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. That's going to score a run. That clacked in your Atlanta Braves. An RBI single for the Rake.
Blue, you're my boy!
Hard hit ball. Went with the slider on the outside track, and it got up just a little too high. And Austin Riley, who we picked to click because he had a very good batting average versus Gallen coming into this game, he caught one up high on the outer part of the plate and was able to pull it in between short and third. Pitching coach Brian Kaplan for the Arizona Diamondbacks went out there to, probably more than anything else, to give Zach Gallen a breather. He's at 55 pitches, and we're in the top of the second inning. Atlanta Braves lead it 3-0. I'd like to keep piling on here because if you're just joining us, Chris Sale hasn't looked that sharp either. Gallen's going to flip it over to first to keep Riley close by. Ozuna, who walked his first time up, standing at the plate. Olsen did the same. He's on deck. First pitch, 94. That one was a touch off the plate. It was called for a strike. Ozuna shakes his head, letting home plate umpire Phil Cousy know that he knows, but it is 0-1. The 0-1 swing, rifles it back foul. 0-2. That's that same slider that Riley pulled. That one had a little more zip on it. Same location. So an 0-2 count. Gallen comes, set, brings it. Check swing foul, kind of a defensive swing. Braves 3, Diamondbacks nothing. We're just going to go in here in the top of the second inning. The 0-2, Gallen comes set, rips it, swing. That ball's lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track, making the catch at the wall for allowed out number 3 is Barossa. But not for your Atlanta Braves, put 3 on the board. We come back. Chris Sale tried to right the ship, leading 3-0.
Y'all skinny fellas better enjoy y'all's hot boy summer, because in a couple months it's going to be fat boy fall, and these women don't want to cuddle up with a TV remote.
We will be perfect in every aspect of the game. You drop a pass, you run a mile. You miss a blocking assignment, you run a mile. You fumble the football, and I will break my foot off in your hind parts. And then you will run a mile.
Number 5.
Mickey Cochran was a fine all-around catcher.
He was known as a splendid receiver, strong-armed, and extremely tough.
Not only is Mickey a grand backstop, but Connie Mack has him up here near the head of the batting order because Mickey is one of the most scientific hitters on the club.
Cochran could hit, Cochran could run, and he could do both well enough to hit third in the batting order, which was without precedent at that time.
Number 3, Mickey Cochran, the hittingest catcher in baseball.
A career batting average of .320 and a career on-base percentage of .419. Each of those figures is the highest in the history of baseball for anybody who's caught 1,000 or more games in their career.
Mickey was a Hall of Famer, a 2-time MVP, and a winner.
An inspirational leader, he sparked the Philadelphia A's and the Detroit Tigers to pennants.
He was the driving force in 3 Philadelphia Athletic pennant winners, 29, 30, 31.
Then he went to the Tigers and led them to 2 pennants as their player-manager in 1934-35.
Here's the base hit by Mickey Cochran that knocked in the winning run in the 6th game and gave the Tigers the World Championship.
So from 1929 to 35, he led teams to 5 World Series.
Unfortunately, after just 13 seasons, Mickey's playing days came to an abrupt end.
He was accidentally hit in the head at Yankee Stadium, and that ended his career. But while he was in the prime of that career, there were none better behind the plate than Cochran.
I heard that corduroy pillows are trending. They're really making headlines.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way. Slider off the edge to Moreno. It's 1-0. Chris Sale threw 29 pitches in that first inning. 1-0. Slider misses 2-0. 2-0 count. Lefty, righty. Pitch on the way. Right down the pipe. 2-1. Two one count. Up top. So Sale right back where he started, struggling to find the zone. It's now 3-1 to the leadoff hitter. Just need to throw strikes. It's almost like he's trying to be too fine. This has been all year long so far. The 3-1, swing, fouls back 3-2. I keep expecting a ghost IL for Sale. And honestly, if Strider hadn't already spit the bit, they might have already done it to try to work on his mechanics. You can't really do it in the middle of a season unless you send him to the IL. The 3-2 swung on, pops it up high into right field. Coming in, making the running catch is the Book of Eli for out number 1. Because the way it is set up, it's really difficult to work on your mechanics much once the season gets going, because you have such a strict regimen of when you can and cannot throw. So he pretty much has to try to do it on his one throw off day and then try to work it in during the games without wearing out his arm. First pitch on the way, 94. Right there off the edge. It's 0-1. If we had a plethora of starting pitchers, the kinds of riches that we'll say like the Dodgers have, they probably would have already put him on the IL just to work on his. I don't think there's anything wrong with him physically as the 0-1 misses high, 1-1. But his mechanics, there's something, he's got such weird mechanics. It could be the smallest thing in his delivery that's causing it. The 1-1 swing, fouls it back, 1-2. And I do believe he'll get it back, and once he gets it back, he'll be rolling. But you worry about him getting hurt while he's trying to find it because he's trying to do too much. 1-2 count to Tawa. Kicks and fires. 79 off the edge. 2-2. Tim Tawa. And that's another guy that I hope gets traded to the Braves. I love that man. The pitch. Swing. Lifts it high into center field. Going back just before the warning track is Michael Harris II for a loud out number 2. Kind of got in on him inside in the zone, so he wasn't able to extend his hands. That kid Tawa, he's already got 4 home runs in his very early season of his career. Good to see you, Tree Fitty. I think I saw Underwater in here too. Haven't seen much of y'all recently. I've seen Tree Fitty more, but I didn't know if Underwater was waiting for us to get on a winning streak or if he still was holding out hope on the Pirates. First pitch on the way is a slider off the edge. 0-1. Paul Skeens is going up against Yamamoto tonight. I couldn't believe that's the matchup that I'm going to miss because the Braves are on the West Coast. Because typically, if this game was being played at 7, I would be locking into that when I got off. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Nice biting slider. 0-2. That pitch may be a little high in the zone. He is dealing with the rookie who's seeing him for the first time. The 0-2 from Sale. Kicks and fires. 92, way high, 1-2. One-two count. Brings it. Swing, rips it down the left field line. If it's fair, it's problems. It is problems. It is a solo shot. No, they're going to say that's foul. Okay, it's foul. My mistake. Looking at the replay. Oh, it just crossed over the pole before it hit the 330 mark. Probably maybe a foot or so in front of the foul pole. It cut in front of it and dove in. They had the side view and it looked like it had stayed fair, but once you see it up in front, you see where it just goes foul. Man, that was close. The 1-2, swing, chops it foul. We'll do it again. You got a 1-2 count. Sale at 45 pitches. So, though he hasn't ran into trouble like Gallen has this inning, he still has a high pitch count. The 1-2 from Sale. Let's get rid of him here. The pitch. Swing, chops it. Just foul. Top of the order is on deck, and this Barossa kid, man, he is a little pesky batter. Almost took Sale yard a second ago. And this is going to be the 7th pitch of the at-bat. 1-2. Swing, rattles it back foul. Man, he is starting to time that up. Chris Sale once again trying to find a way. He hasn't had the command of that sinker like he's normally had, so he's really trying to pitch now with 2, maybe 3 pitches, and that's been a problem too. The 1-2, swing, pops it up, high in the sky, running in, making the catch is Eli, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down, barely, but once again a high pitch count. When we come back, Olsen, Smurf, and Ozzie are coming to the plate.
All right, so Oprah Winfrey and Dwayne Johnson, you know, the guy that plays the same character in every movie, decided to take it upon themselves to ask you for your money to donate to their fundraiser. These motherfuckers are worth millions, if not billions, but they're asking you for your money. Gas prices everywhere. Rent is crazy. We got a corrupt system.
Wait, why are we doing minute 30 per draft pick?
That's literally what we've always done.
I mean, personally, if it was up to me, Kamish, I would do 30 seconds per pick. But clearly some people didn't come prepared today. In the first round, reach, am I right? Like,
bro, that's where he's projected.
Who cares about where he's projected, bro? You're going to let somebody tell you where to draft someone? Like,
what?
Are you a sheep?
Prior to the '88 draft, Tommy Lasorda tried to stir up some interest in a lightly regarded prospect who was a family friend.
I got 5 of my friends who were connected with baseball team to go out and see him play. And 5 of them called me back and said he can't do anything. So that's when I decided we'll draft him.
But even then, the Dodgers didn't take Mike Piazza until the 62nd round.
I think people were a little suspicious. They thought, Tommy's throwing a bone to a kid. He'll be here for a year, he'll be here for 2, and then he'll disappear.
All of a sudden, this rookie hits 35 homers, knocks in 112 runs, and bats .318.
And that was just the beginning. In 1997, Mike had the greatest season ever by a catcher.
You see where that ball was? Over his head. Look where it went. Check his bat. Check his forearms.
He became one of the most feared hitters in baseball.
In my opinion, the best offensive catcher to ever play the game. He was extremely strong in his forearm and wrist and literally could flick the ball over the wall.
Another three-run home run!
Oh, did he tattoo that baseball?
Welcome back, Braves Country. Let's tack some runs on. First pitch on the way is a cutter. Up top, after the first pitch strike, it's 1-1. Matt Olson walked his first time up. The 1-1 swing, slices it foul. Knuckle curve down below the knees. 1-2. 1-2 count. Chris Sale, by the way, 2 innings, only 1 strikeout. That's concerning, too. He used to be mowing guys down. The 1-2. This is high, 2-2. And that tells you something right there, because tonight he has predominantly leaned on the slider and the four-seamer, almost eliminating the change in the sinker. And it's hard to get a strikeout when guys know they're getting 1 or 2 pitches. The 2-2 pops it up. Can of corn inside the infield. Third baseman Eugenio Suarez will make the catch, 1 down. I think his over-under today was 5.5, and that's low compared to what it was last year. Every time we went to do a Chris Sale game last year, it was always like right around 7.5 because it always seemed really high compared to the other pitchers. First pitch on the way to Smurf is a 4-seam fastball up top. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing, chops it foul, 1-1. And the strikeout isn't the end all, the beats all, but takes a lot of pressure off the defense if you're out there whiffing guys out left and right. The 1-1 to Smurf. High and inside. 2-1. He had a backwards K his first time up, caught looking with the bases full of Braves. We had runners on first and second and 2 outs. The 2-1 slaps it back foul, 2-2. Yeah, John, he would crush his over-under strikeouts, and the over-under was much higher. This year, it's been, I've noticed it. It seems like it's always around 5.5. The 2-2 swing, chops it foul. We'll do it again. And if you want a comparison, 5.5, that's just over what you typically see for like Grant Holmes. He's normally at 4.5. And he's far from known to be a strikeout pitcher. The 2-2, swing, chops it down the left field line, but it's going to go foul. This will be the 7th pitch of the at-bat. The 2-2. Down and away. Ball 3, 3-2. Full count by Smurf. Gallen, by the way, he's at 71 pitches. Him and Sale are going to be at the local bar watching the 4th inning together. The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the knuckle curve. 2 away. Biggest difference between Gallen and Sale when you talk about the strikeout possibility, not the overall effectiveness, and obviously we've got the lead, but Gallen's got 5 pitches and he's used all 5 fairly regularly. Once again, Sale is pretty much leaning on 2 of them. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies, a fastball well off the plate, called for a strike. It's 0-1. That's a bad call by Kuzi. The 0-1, this is high. 1-1. You give him that wide of a plate, Ozzie's got no chance. 1-1 count. Lined out his first time up. Hit a hard ball. The changeup is a swing and a miss. 1-2. Braves lead it 3-0. We're in the top of the third. The 1-2. Swing. Chops it. Down the first base line. Foul. Yeah, amen to that, Tree Fitty. They've got the talent on this in this rotation there to be elite. If you look at the fact, if they're hitting on all cylinders, you get Sale back to where he was last year. And you've got Schwellenbach and Strider. Is the 1-2. Chops that one once again. He's just dialing up that knuckle curve, and Ozzie just doing just enough to stay alive, waiting for a pitch he can really handle. He took his cutter his last time up, and that was the one that he smoked over to first. He hasn't seen that one yet. He may not see it again tonight. The 1-2. 4-seam misses high, 2-2. And then not to mention, I don't know what we'll get out of Raylo as the 2-2. Swing, pops it up. Changeup, got underneath it. They're converging in shallow left field. Calling everybody off is Gurriel, and that'll end the inning. F7 in your scorecard. The Braves go scoreless, but Zach Gallen's pitch count is well north of 70. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
We are all familiar with MLB team logos, but did you know there is more to some of them than meets the eye? The Brewers blue and yellow glove contains the M for Milwaukee in the webbing of the mitt and the B for Brewers in the palm and thumb. One of my favorites is the Expos because it has so many meanings. First, it's a giant cursive M for Montreal. Then it's ELB for Expos League Baseball. Most people know that the Padres logo contains the S and the D for San Diego, but did you also know the two letters combine to form the P in Padres in the middle? How many of you noticed that the Twins logo underlines the word win in Twins? The mystery behind the Orioles logo is the cartoon bird's mouth. Is it open or closed? The Arizona Diamondback logo contains the head of a snake inside the A, which you can easily miss if you aren't looking for it. The Mets logo contains the skyline of New York with the Empire State Building in the center. But did you know that the color scheme was chosen as an allegiance to the teams that played in New York prior to heading out west? Orange for the Giants and blue for the Dodgers.
Gold Glove awards for catchers are often based on their arms. And Ivan Rodriguez has 13 of them.
Got a force-like pudge behind the plate that's invaluable because your pitching staff basically doesn't have to worry about anybody stealing a base.
Pudge Rodriguez's arm by far was one of the best I've ever seen, and he basically just shut down the running game on other teams.
There he goes. Rodriguez in plenty of time.
He just made you very uneasy on every base that you were on. He could pick you off if you gave him an opportunity.
Pudge also has more hits, doubles, extra base hits, total bases, and runs scored than any catcher in history.
It's a triple for Pudge Rodriguez.
He stayed inside the baseball very well. He could drive the ball to right field.
Has a chance to be fair, and it is.
He could hit the ball down the left field line just as easy, and he could hit it over the wall just as easy.
Out of here! Home run, Pudge Rodriguez.
He was an aggressive hitter with power. It was a very rare combination to have a guy that was that good defensively and an offensive force.
A 3-run bomb, and the man that carried this team on his back has done it again.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Chris Sale is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Reset that screen. The 1-0. Fixing tires. Slider outside. 2-0. He's missing the zone by a mile. This isn't even like a deal where he's getting pinched. The 2-0 swung on, chopped up the middle. Play will be made by Allen. It's going to be a 6-3 put out. And away. Even if he doesn't get these strikeouts, you'd like to see him get a couple of quick innings, get that pitch count down. This series, 3 in Arizona and then 3 at Colorado. And I know Colorado's not a great baseball team, but that field always puts a wear on your bullpen. First pitch on the way to Corbin Carroll. He smokes that, and that ball's going to get past Michael Harris. That ball was poured plainly. He was trying to cut it off, but Corbin Carroll, with his speed, he's going to come around, and he will be standing at third with a one-out triple. I'm telling you, this kid is just red hot right now. We talked about it at the pregame. He was the guy that you had to worry about, and that was a fastball right down Main Street, and he tattooed it into right center field. I think Harris misjudged it and thought it was hit a little softer than what it was. If he goes back towards the wall to play it off the wall, he probably keeps Carroll, even with his great speed, to a single. To a double. But once he took that bag turn, there was no way Harris was going to get him. First pitch to Grichuk is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The Braves infield is in. The 0-1. Swing, fouls it away. 0-2. The left side of the infield is actually drawn back a little bit now. It's only Olsen. So with the 3-run lead, and I'll tell you something else I think it has a lot to do with his lack of control. They're trying to prevent a big inning. The 0-2. Swing, just got a piece of that. I think maybe he needs to shave that beard. He didn't have that big old grizzly beard last year. Usually a little more trimmed, and maybe that'll give him a little more velocity. So an 0-2 count. Smurf sneaks inside the pitch. Slider down and in, taken all the way, 1-2. Corbin thought about sneaking down the line, but it didn't go way far enough. Those who are not familiar with Corbin Carroll, he has elite speeds, one of the fastest humans in the game. It was on display on that triple, but I mean, he has a gear to get to 60 that nobody else really has. The 1-2, inside 97, missed his spot, well inside 2-2. Trying to lock him up with that 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Once again, it's not the velocity that's down on sale, and that's what all the NARPs on X are constantly talking about, worrying about his velocity. It's not it. It's his control. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. Second strikeout, and probably one of the biggest ones he'll have of the entire night. 2 away. Really needed that one. That was a tighter slider than he had been throwing. A lot of his sliders have been up, not just tonight, but in 2025. They've been up, and they've been getting a lot of the plate. That one was very down, tight, and diving in off the plate by the time the back head got around. You could only duplicate it, right, if it was only that easy. First pitch on the way to Gurriel is 4-seam off the plate. That's 1-0. The 1-0. Sale comes set. Swing, pops it back foul, 1-1. 1-1 count. I'm sorry, Matt Olson went over and caught that thing over by the dugout. My view was obstructed, and that'll end the inning. So how about that? We get out of the jam. It was right by the first base dugout. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Okay, so you guys keep asking me, what was it about my wife that attracted me the most? I fell in love the moment she told me that she was bi.
I'm bi. You wrong. I never said that to you.
Of course, I found out later she meant polar. But, oh, it's a condition! It's a condition!
Number 2. Lawrence Peter Barra, known to everyone as Yogi.
Yogi was quite a character off the field, and he wasn't much different behind the plate.
He'd ask you how you doing. Did you go to the movie last night or whatever? He loved Ted Williams.
Oh, yeah, he made Ted Williams mad. Will you just shut up, Yogi? I want to concentrate. But he tried to talk to everybody.
Best remembered today for his wit and wisdom, Berra was one of the best to ever play the game, a model of durability.
He caught so many ball games every season. There were day games after night games routinely. He caught double headers.
What more could you ask for in Yogi Berra, the Yanks' indestructible catcher?
A three-time MVP, Yogi was quite a hitter. Pitchers simply couldn't get the ball by him.
And Yogi slams the ball into the right field stands.
I can't imagine anybody swinging at some of the pitches that he swung at. He hit him right on the button.
The ball could be on the ground. The ball could be 2 feet over his head, foot off the plate, way inside.
A lot of people ask me, how come he hits so many bats? To me, they look good.
And it's another homer over the right center wall. It's 10 runs batted in for Yogi.
It's not just the number of home runs, RBIs, and his batting average. What was really important was the fact that he was the catcher on so many pennant-winning teams and World Series-winning teams.
And the Yankees are champions. And look at Berra. Piggyback riding Bob Cazella.
He played in 14 World Series out of 17 years. And then the next year, he managed the Yankees and got them to the World Series again.
With a ring for every finger, Yogi is the game's winningest player.
Why would anyone do drugs when they could just mow a lawn?
Welcome back. First pitch to Michael Harris is right there, first strike. It's 0-1. Zach Gallen, 81 pitches here. The 0-1. Chops it foul. It's 0-2. I know one thing that must be driving Zach Gallen nuts is even though he hasn't had his best stuff tonight, we have chopped so many pitches foul, just extending his pitch count. The 0-2 count. Knuckle curve down off the plate, 1-2. Braves 3, Arizona nothing, top of the fourth inning. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, chase a 92-mile-an-hour fastball up around his eyeballs on the outer edge, one away. One down, and Eli White, the Book of Eli, will be coming to the plate. His last time up, an RBI double. First pitch, well off the plate. Another bad call by Phil Cousy. It's 0-1. The 0-1, swing, lifts it. Just got underneath that slider, pops it up into right field. Making the easy catch is Corbin Carroll. 2 down. Two down. 85 pitches in. If he can get a quick inning here, they'll be able to get him back out there for the 5th inning. Two down, and Nick Allen swings at the first pitch and fouls it down the right field line. It's 0-1. Pittsburgh leads the Dodgers 1-0. They're in the bottom of the second. Reds and Rockies are tied at 6. 0-1. That fastball is rifled foul and out of play. 0-2. He's behind on those fastballs. He might continue to see them. They might throw a little knuckle curve to see if he'll chase and then straighten him back up with the fastball. The 0-2. Knuckle curve, chops it down the third base line. Righty-righty matchup. Gallen is now about to throw his 89th pitch of the night. The 0-2. Swing. Chops it over to second. Excuse me. It's going to be a 4-3 putout, and that's exactly what they did. Throw him a knuckle curve and straighten him out with a fastball, and he was well behind that one. We'll be back in a flash. Bottom of the 4th we go. The Braves 3, Snakes 0.
I'm not a Fairweather fan who bails on their teams. You were born here. This is your curse. Suck it up. Join the party, the worst party in the history of mankind. But you're in the party. You're on the invite list. You can't get out. You can't get out. No, have you ever heard the song Hotel California? Because there's a line there where it's like, you can't ever leave. You are a fan. You don't have a choice. You can't say, oh, the Yankees are good. Nope. The Yankees are dead to all of us. We have to continue to cheer for a team that spends $90 million when others are spending $350 million. We're done. We're done.
Johnny Bench. Possessed with an intimidating throwing arm, no one was better behind the plate than this two-time MVP, and he changed the very nature of the game.
John Bench revolutionized the game two ways. Number one, he really became the first prominent catcher to catch one-handed and not two-handed. Number two, his footwork. I had never seen catchers' feet move so quickly when they would explode out of the box and throw down to second base.
There we go. Bench's throw right on the money. Look at that kid throw.
And the key was his ability to throw would-be base stealers out.
It's the nearest thing to suicide to run on the kid from Oklahoma.
And then there was his bat. The 14-time All-Star hit 389 home runs and finished with almost 1,400 RBIs.
It was enough as a defensive catcher, what he did for the team, but it was like an added bonus to have a guy like Johnny Bench in the middle of your lineup being an integral part of the Big Red Machine.
With Bench behind the plate, the Reds won 4 pennants and captured 2 World Series titles.
Bench was the glue that kept that team together.
Very smart, kept everybody in line, so the manager, Sparky Anderson, really didn't have to do much in the way of discipline.
Not everyone thinks Cleopatra was beautiful. That's what Julius Caesar.
Welcome back. Chris Sale goes back to work. First pitch, nowhere near the zone. 93 off the plate, excuse me. It's 1-0. 61st pitch of the night. The 1-0 to Naylor. First time up, saw 3 sliders, could not handle any of them. 1-0. 96 mile an hour fastball, rifles it foul. 1-1. 1-1 count. Comes set, kicks and fires, swing, chops it foul. Just got a piece of that slider, 1-2. I don't know why Sale throws him anything but a slider now, because he had such a hard time picking up that slider. If you remember, he was the guy that came up with the bases loaded, saw 3 sliders, and I was making the John Kruk reference. Actually, on that swing, his batting helmet almost swung around like Kruk put his on backwards purposely. Naylor almost ended up having it on there, not purposely. So a 1-2 count to Naylor. Batting .320 on the year. So many jokes with that guy's last name, right? The 1-2. Just got a piece of it. One-two count. I'll put it in the chat as opposed to we'll keep it clean on air. The 1-2. Lefty-lefty matchup. Brings the 5th pitch. That ball's down and in. Slider. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Naylor digs in. Brings it. Swing, pops it up. High in the sky. Coming in. Making the catch is Verdugo. One away. Those are the type of things that were said in bars in my wilder days. Braves lead at 3-0. Game 1 of a 3-game set tomorrow night. The As the first pitch on the way is a slider off the edge. It's 1-0. It's supposed to be Merrill Kelly versus Grant Holmes. Should be a pretty good pitching matchup. Merrill Kelly, we went over in the pregame on the Braves Country Today this morning, but is the 1-0 up top, right there for a strike. 1-1. He basically had one bad outing that he had to take one for the team and they couldn't go get him because the bullpen was decimated that day. Other than that, he's been really good. 1-1, swung on, fouled away. 1-2. 1-2 count. Chris Sale sitting at 69 pitches, about to throw number 70. The 1-2, swing, rifles it foul, 95. He's bringing it. He's got the velocity. It's just, I really think more than anything else, because he always kind of struggled with being pinpoint control of this fastball, but it's been his slider that has just not had the same bite and the same consistency of being a strike, so the batters are just laying off of it. The 1-2 slider, did he go around? They checked down the line. He did not. 2-2. Didn't look like he did, but hoping to get the call. Suarez he didn't come over close to it. I came closer to swinging that pitch than he did. The 2-2. Sale kicks and fires inside. Full count. So now he's in danger of walking the batter. You always know when Sale is frustrated because he'll start really kicking the mound, drawing back dirt vigorously, almost like a bull. The payoff pitch. Inside, nowhere near the zone, ball 4. And he walks another one. He'll head on down to first. It's his second walk of the night up against just 2 strikeouts. He's also scattered 3 hits. I think if you took his over or under on the strikeouts, you're pretty much cooked on that one. He doesn't have enough pitches left in this game to get to that. Sitting at 2, he would need 4 more. First pitch on the way is 95. Off the paint, but he got the call. We'll take it. It's 0-1. We'll set the camera up so you can see if there's any double play. Infield is back and to the left, double play depth. Ozzie hugging second. Matt hugging first. Huge hole on the right side. The 0-1. 95 misses high. 1-1. It's got to be irritating if you're Snicker or Kranitz when you're trying to figure out how you're going to manipulate the bullpen. The Sale day is supposed to be the day you don't have to worry about that. Is the 1-1. He's inside 2-1. That's supposed to be the day where he gives you 6 or 7 strong and you push it to the back of the bullpen and go about your business. But this year, every time Sale has pitched, he's been getting knocked out around the 5th inning. Is the 2-1. Swing, rifles it foul, 2-2. And he knows it. There's no way Chris Sale owns up to it. That's why I like him a lot. I think he's a guy, he's a leader. I wish we had more of his type of personality on the everyday players. I think that's our biggest flaw as far as personality with this club has always been that we don't have that alpha dog in the everyday lineup. The 2-2. Caught, looking strike 3. Good slider. One of his better ones of the day. 2 away. 2 of his 3 strikeouts have come on 2 really good sliders. That one, I'll call that a 24 slider. That was his 2024 slider. When he would get out in front of a right-hander and they're setting up inside thinking they're about to get some high cheese, and he just flips that frisbee on the outer edge and catches them looking. That was 2024 Chris Sale. First pitch to Tim Tawa, swung on, pops it back foul. It's 0-1. But if you're sitting here and you're Snicker along with Kranitz and the rest of the pitching coaching staff, for the pitchers. And you're trying to figure out, okay, well, who's going to pitch and who's, how are you going to manipulate this series? You would like to get 6 innings out of Sale. At least. Because that come Monday and Tuesday, we're going to have A.J. Smith-Shawver and Bryce Elder in Colorado. Buckle up. First pitch on the way, 0-1, swing, down and in. It's 0-2. Here's another scary thing because he's been so bad, unless they push someone back and manipulate the roster, he'll be set to pitch Wednesday afternoon in Colorado. And that normally wouldn't have worried you, but I'm just worried about him trying to do too much and getting a high pitch count there as well. The 0-2. Swing, rifles it back, foul. Just got a piece of that. Went straight back. Can't tell if that directly hit Phil Cousy. Yeah, it did. It got him in the shoulder. He's got padding there. I thought it had gone off his mask. I thought it had ricocheted off his Smurf and into Cousy, but it went straight up into his shoulder. So an 0-2 count. Sale. Swing, rips it up the middle. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, but way too much of the plate. And it's a 2-out single. And you'll have Suarez and Tawa. And now Barosa, the center fielder, the one that almost went yard, is coming to the plate. Last time up, the youngster ripped one down the left field line. And it crossed over the foul pole about a foot before it would have hit it. Time is called. Looks like we had maybe a beach ball or something get on the field. We're going to get it away real quick. Clear the area in case a foul ball goes down that area. Barosa the batter, lefty, righty. Sale brings it. Good frisbee slider in there at the knees. It's 0-1. When he's pitching well, he likes to start you off. A lot of the at-bats like that, but the problem is he hasn't been hitting his spots, so he falls behind, so he's been hesitant to use the slider, to be honest. The 0-1. Swung on, rifles it back foul. That was the changeup. He has not thrown a changeup in 3 innings. It's 0-2. 0-2 count. No real action going on in the Braves bullpen. Pierce Johnson's up getting loose, but he's actually using one of those rubber balls, so he could just be doing exercises that are mandated on their. I don't even know if they would use Pierce Johnson today, to be honest, because they would want to use the rest of them and give him a day off. The 0-2. Fastball misses high, 1-2. Pittsburgh still leads the Dodgers 1-0. That's Skeens versus Yamamoto. They're heading to the 4th. The White Sox have taken a 1-0 lead over the A's. A 1-2 count. Swing, rips it up the middle, and that's going to be a base hit. That's going to be a run. RBI single for the youngster Barosa. And the Snakes have cut the lead to 3-1. On a 1-2 count, he threw a slider and tried to get that outer edge. They were set up inside, so he missed his spot quite a bit. And the way they had him played, they were playing him pretty much up the middle. When Sale looked over his shoulder, he gave a big, one of those I can't believe it things, because most of the time where that ball was hit, the shortstop is standing. But they were playing Nick Allen much closer to the third base line. First pitch on the way is a four-seam fastball to Perdomo. It's 0-1. Perdomo 1 for 2 with a single in the first. Braves now lead just 3-1. The 0-1. Rocks and fires. 94 outside, 1-1. 1-1 count. 3 2/3 innings so far for Sale. 5 hits, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. 1-1. 4-seam fastball, 96 miles an hour, misses high and out of the zone, 2-1. He's probably going on fumes, but you got to get more than 4 innings out of Sale, wouldn't you think? Two-one count. Swing, lifts it into center field. Coming over, making the running catch is Michael Harris, the second, into right center field. 75% of the world is covered by water, the rest by the Hawk.
Hey, Mom, what's the difference between a light bulb and a pregnant woman?
What, Jesse?
You can unscrew a light bulb.
So you telling me that I got to come home from work and do work so that way I'm capable of doing the work that I'm supposed to be doing at work? Y'all killing me, man.
Did you know that hypertension and heart disease kill more blacks than anything else in America?
I didn't know that. I thought it was the police.
The men we've chosen as our top 9 righties had to have pitched more than half of their career in the modern era since 1901.
8 strikeouts for Tom Seaver.
The very best right-handed starters for more than a century of baseball. So here they are, beginning with number 9. There are few pitchers in the history of the game who evoked the kind of fear in hitters that Bob Gibson did.
I can honestly say he is the most competitive pitcher I ever met. It was his mound, it was his game.
I love the fire in his eyes. You could see it even in the old television.
And that fire burned brightest in the 60s, the apex of Gibby's 17-year career as a Cardinal.
He wanted to beat you, and he would do just about anything he could do.
He had that smooth motion and everything a good pitcher possessed, he had it. There was always that mystique about Bob.
And in 1968, the year of the pitcher, Gibson made the loudest statement.
He became the most difficult pitcher to score on in the history of baseball with a 1.12 ERA.
He was a machine. 1.12 ERA. That's silly.
13 shutouts on the year.
And then when it got to the World Series, he strikes out 17 Tigers in one of the most intimidating performances you'll ever see.
Bob completed 8 of 9 World Series starts and finished what he began 255 times in his career. Come 1974, the man they called Hoot became the first National League pitcher and just the second ever to strike out 3,000 batters.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Alex Verdugo. Dr. Doogie. It's fouled off for a strike. It's 0-1. Alex is 1 for 2 on the day. RBI double that just snuck its way down the left field line in. That swing very similar, but he fouled it straight back, but it was that inside-out swing on a pitch that he was a touch behind. The 0-1. Knuckle curve swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. Count. Gallen is at 91 pitches. The 0-2 in the dirt, 1-2. They're hoping to get him through the 5th inning at around that century mark. And if you're Tim Hyer, you got to be talking to these guys and saying, hey, work that count. The 1-2 swung on, hit hard up the middle, but right into the teeth of the defense. Easy play made by Perdomo. He'll flip it over to Naylor, 6-3 in your scorecard. One away. One down, and Austin Riley will come to the plate. RBI single to his credit today. Struck out his first time up. He's 1 for 2. Righty, first pitch, knuckle curve below the knees. Got the call for a strike. Another bad call by Kuzi. It's 0-1. The 0-1. 92 misses high. 1 away. Starting to think Kuzi gets his name from drinking before the game because he is just seeing double out there. The 1-1 swing, lifts it high into center field. Not very deep. This will be a lazy fly ball out to Barossa rookie center fielder for the Snakes, 2 down. So really quick 2 outs, and that's what they were hoping for. Braves playing right into their hand. If he can get past Ozuna here, I'd be thinking that Torey Lovullo, the manager for the Diamondbacks, will be dancing because Gallen was really struggling with his pitch count. That first pitch right there to Ozuna is number 97. It's 1-0. Ozuna 0 for 1 with the walk to 1-0. Swing. Rips it down the third base line. Just foul. Just foul. That ball took a hop just left of the third base bag. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, knuckle curve. 1-2. 1-1, I should say. Now 1-2. 1-1 count. Knuckle curve misses. 2-2. He has seen quite a few knuckle curves tonight, so the scouting report must be to stay away from the hard stuff with Ozuna. They don't want him lifting it. The fly ball that he hit is the 2-2 check swing. That was an excuse me check swing. That pitch was inside, and Ozuna tried to get out of the way, and the bat smacked it. He's having a laugh with home plate umpire Phil Cousy on that one because he did not mean to swing at that one at all. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. No, just got a piece of it. Fell out of the glove of Moreno. Thought he had foul tipped it in the glove, but Moreno couldn't hold on to it. So just like he just got screwed on the pitch before, has a godsend there, so maybe he can make him pay. Got a 2-2 count. 3-1 your score. The Braves lead. Here's the pitch to Zoo. Knuckle curve below the knees, ball 3 it should have been, but Cousy calls it a strike. Unbelievable. That dot you see on the screen, drop it about 2 inches lower. That's where the ball actually was. We'll be back in a flash.
So there was these 2 guys, and they was talking, and one of them said, "How's your romance life?" And the other one said, "Oh, nothing special. I'm having Social Security romance." And the other one said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, I get a little each month, but not enough to live on."
I've had a slight fluctuation with my weight recently.
I see. And how much weight are we talking about?
I gained and lost 60 pounds in 3 months.
Wow, that's almost impossible.
Well, first of all, through God, all things are possible, so jot that down.
Over the weekend, I took my wife to a theater to see a performance that was all about puns. It was a play on words.
Number 22, Jim Palmer.
Jim Palmer was absolutely fantastic.
Palmer with strikeout number 5 on that whistle fastball.
Palmer was tough as nails. He never would give in.
He could strike you out. He could embarrass you.
And he did so for 19 seasons with picture-perfect mechanics.
Everything about it was so straight. He looked like Tinker Toys. Everything was angular. And he was fun to watch because of that.
He was just 20 years old in 1966 when he threw a shutout in the Fall Classic, helping Baltimore secure its first World Series championship.
No one could have assumed that he would go on to become one of the 9 greatest right-handed pitchers in the history of baseball.
But he came back big time in '69.
One run ain't gonna do it. That's just what we need to wake us up. But go after him. Come on, Jim.
And he never looked back.
One of the most endearing qualities that Jim Palmer had brought to the Baltimore Orioles was the fact that he had won 20 games on 8 different occasions. The most impressive thing that you have to look at with regard to Jim Palmer's record is the fact that there was durability.
He also owns a bit of trivia that is simply out of here. No grand slams in almost 4,000 innings.
You better lower your mother tone when you talking to me.
Welcome back. Chris Sale goes back to work. First pitch on the way from Corbin Carroll. He takes a mighty hack swinging out of his shoes. It's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 from Sale. Spins a slider down and away, and it's a swing and a miss by Carroll. 0-2. Carroll 1 for 2 with a triple. This kid can fly. I don't know why you throw anything but that slider on this at bat, honestly. The 0-2. Slider misses. 1-2. I don't care. Just keep throwing it. He'll eventually swing at that thing. They got the triple on a fastball that he piped down the seams. The 1-2. Swung on, chops it foul, do it again. He had a 2-strike count on Carroll, and he tried to hit the outside corner with a fastball, and he got like dead center in, and that's how that triple came about. Sometimes I think you just get too cute when you're trying to call pitches. The 1-2. Slider misses 2-2. Warming up in the pen now is Enyel De Los Santos. So he'll be expected to come on, hopefully next inning. Hopefully Chris can get us out of this one. The 2-2. Brings it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. One away. Probably won't get his strikeout number, but he does have number 4 there. But much lower than what you would expect for Chris Sale, especially considering the fact that they've got a few lefties in the lineup. That'll bring Randall Grichuk to the plate. Lefty-righty. First pitch to RG is swing and a miss. Slider. It's 0-1. That'd be the upset of the year if he came back and actually got his number, because he's pitching a little better now, but of course he's running out of gas. The 0-1 chops it foul. It's 0-2. And without that extra day off built in, it's going to be hard for Snicker and company to let him go much further than the 5th inning. The 0-1. Slider hits the ground. 0-2. If you play this forward, you would like Sale to get through this inning and leave him in all the way up to Naylor, who is due up after Gurriel, who is on deck, is the 1-2. Swing, fouls it back. Either A, we get through this inning 1-2-3 and you never see Naylor, or B, if Gurriel or Grichuk get on, you leave Sale in there that far. After that, Suarez, I would think that's where they go get the righty. The 1-2. Swing, belts it high. Let's stay in play. Riley gives Chase, he's got room. Out number 2. F5 in your scorecard. Got around on that slider. There's, in theory, if he were to get Gurriel right here, you might bring Sale back out, although I highly doubt it, to face Naylor lefty-lefty to start the inning, next inning, and then go get him. But do you want him to throw essentially 20 extra pitches just to get one out? First pitch on the way, 95 up top, misses. It's 1-0. That's assuming a lot. That's assuming that he gets Gurriel here. But I'm looking at it because it's such a close game. You bring in a righty to face Josh Naylor. He is a pretty good hitter. Is the 1-0 up top. Right there for a strike. We've seen them leave these guys out to go get an extra out, but usually their pitch count isn't this high. The 1-1 swing, pops it up. That should end the inning. Matt Olson, he'll make the catch over by first, and that will end the inning. Well, if that was Sale's last pitch, he gutted it out. Another effort where just doesn't have it. But we got a 3-1 lead. Let's get him some extra runs, Braves country.
If your name's Brandon and you're from the Shreveport area, you don't know me, but you put me down as a reference for that equipment operating job. I'm assuming you got your numbers mixed up. But I just need you to know, dog, I went to war for you. Stood on all 10, son. You probably gonna get that job. Because I let them know you can run anything from a shovel to a traco to run the job, to put them in the office, clean the toilets. It don't matter. I told them how you know how to weld, electrician, certified plumber, jack of all trades, man. I told them how you don't take vacation. Got to kick him off location. Told him how only Christmas gift you need, come to work. Brandon, that boy ain't seen his kids since they was born. 10 years old. All he does, work. Put in all the overtime. Told him that you're going to bankrupt the company, how much they's going to pay you. So told him if I had 2 of you, send the rest of the boys home. Don't need them. So just saying, dog, when it comes time them checks, just remember your boy, all right?
And the 3-time Cy Young Award winner relished his role.
You have 3 ways that you can attack a hitter: in and out, up and down, and back and forth by changing speeds. Pedro mastered all 3 of those elements.
The end result of Pedro's prowess were some of the greatest pitching seasons the game has ever seen.
This is a man who in 1999 and 2000 had 2 of the greatest pitching seasons in the history of baseball.
And the difference between his ERA and the league average is well more than 3 runs per game. That differential is ridiculous.
And his 291 ERA plus in 2000 is the best in the modern era.
He knows he's going to get it, he just doesn't know when.
Pedro's mark of 10.04 Ks per 9 innings is the highest ever for a righty with 2,000 innings. And his whip is 3rd best.
You talk about domination.
Bottom line, Pedro Martinez owns the highest career ERA plus of any starting pitcher ever.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Yesterday I was right.
Juan Murillo is going to come in for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He's played in 3 games, pitched in 3 games. First pitch on the way is 98 at the knees to Matt Olson. It's 0-1. It has a 0.00 ERA. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. Fits it foul down the third baseline. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Yeah, I can tell that everyone's on their cups, that's for sure. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, fouls it away. 1-2. 1-2 count. I don't see a lot of the chat during the actual inning, so I'll glance up there during the breaks, and some of them I'll catch and go, what in the hell am I missing? And I'll scroll back real quick. 0-2 count. A lot of times I can't even keep up. I don't know what y'all are talking about. The 0-2 down and in, 1-2. 1-2 count. Top of the 6th. Braves lead at 3-1. Pitch, swing, rifles it foul and out of play. 99-mile-an-hour fastball down the line. Man, he gave it a ride, just couldn't keep it straight. Nothing else. Olson's making him work here. This will be the 6th pitch of the at-bat. Pitch on the way, swing, chopped up the middle. That's going to get through for a base hit. That was a hard chopper going through the middle of the field. In between second and short. That is a seeing eye single if I ever saw one. Just past the glove. Of the pitcher, and he kind of drew back his glove because I think he thought he was going to do more harm than good if he made contact with the ball. He looked over his shoulder and he couldn't believe it was right in between second and short, because they were playing Olson to pull, so the shortstop actually had the best chance at it, just right at the second base bag. First pitch to Murphy was a strike. The 0-1. Swing, rattles it back, foul, 100 miles an hour. This kid can bring it. It's 0-2. Mets lost today. Phillies lost today. So the Braves can gain a game on both of those heathens. The 6 teams that lead us in the wild card is the 0-2, down and in, 1-2, are in order. This Arizona team, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Miami, and Washington. We're 3.5 back of the final wild card spot. That's the short of it without getting into the whole thing. Is the 1-2, 99, just off the paint. 2-2. So 2-2 count. Swing, rattles sinker down the right field line. Into the seats, upper deck shot. Do it again, 2-2. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 99 miles an hour up in his kitchen. Sean Murphy couldn't lay off it. Away. 2 strikes, that's a pretty tough pitch to lay off. Ozzie Albies 0 for 2, trying to get him off the schneid. Open stance from the left side, first pitch to the whiz, pops it up. High in the sky, into center field. Coming over, making the easy catch is Barossa. 1 pitch, 1 out. That has been the theme of Ozzie's slump. 2 down. I don't know if he needs to sit down for a day. I don't know if they need to put him at the very bottom of the lineup. But he has really been struggling, and he gets in bad habits when he struggles because he's trying so hard to get out of it that, it's almost like he gets antsy at the plate. First pitch on the way to Harris is 99 up top. 1-0. 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing, rips it into center field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. So a good 2-out base hit by Money Mike, and your Atlanta Braves have runners on first and second. Two outs. Good hard hit ball. It was a 98-mile-an-hour fastball right there at the knees. He just lifted it into center field in front of the center fielder. Barossa. First pitch on the way is a sinker at the knees to Eli White. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swing, chopper over towards third. Gonna have to hurry because Eli can run, and that ball's gonna get away. He's gonna be safe. Matt Olson's gonna come through, and your Atlanta Braves have put another run on the board. Bad throw by Eugenio Suarez. It was a weird hop. It was looping over the head of Olson as he was heading to third. He had to pause to make sure the ball didn't hit him, and then cut right in front of Suarez. And I don't know if that just threw him off his rhythm or whatever, but he threw a bad one-hopper to Naylor's. Josh Naylor's not good defensive first baseman. He's always been there for his bat his entire career, no matter where he's been. That wasn't a great throw, and it handcuffed him. And now the Braves have runners on the corners, 2 outs. And Moreno and the infield are going out there and having a quick powwow. With Murillo. You got runners on the corners. Braves lead it 4-1. That'll be an error. No RBI on the play because there were 2 outs. And an error, but Olson will come through and get a run scored. But the big picture is we've got runners on the corners and 2 outs. And Nick Allen stands at the dish He's 0 for 2. Now, he's had a hard time catching up with those fastballs. I'm sure that's where they're going with him. Verdugo stands on deck. First pitch on the way. 100 at the knees. Sinker. It's 0-1. Can't imagine you're going to throw him anything soft to speed up his bat. I would tend to think that they're just going to try to blow it right by him on the outer edge, and he's been behind these pitches and just try to put Allen away like that. But you never know. You just get bat on the ball. The 0-1 swung on. Chop through the infield. That's going to dribble through, and Michael Harris will come home to score. Good piece of hitting by Little Nicky just in the nick of time. Nick Allen wasn't a hard hit ball, but he chopped it through the defense. They were playing him to pull, and he just slapped it on the right side. It was a sinker, 98 miles an hour down and away, and he went with it, slapped it against the defense. I'm a little surprised they were playing him to pull. He has been behind the hard stuff all night long. Eli goes down to third, and we've got runners on the corners again, 2 outs. And now the top of the order, 5-1 your score. Braves could maybe put this game out of reach. First pitch on the way, 98 inside. It's 0-1. We could break it wide open with the big here by Doogie, because you've got good speed at first. So anything that gets down into the gap should score too. Braves lead it 5-1, top of the 6th. Game 1 of a 3-game set. Here's the pitch. Swing, fouls it back. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Verdugo 1 for 3 with an RBI double. It was an excuse me double down the left field side. The 0-2. Swing, hits it into left field, and it's going to die in the glove of Gurriel to end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Played a little small ball and banged it around the infield, and we got ourselves a 5-run lead after 2 more runs crossed the plate. 2 runs for your Braves, 5 altogether. It's 5-1. We go to the bottom of the 6th.
You most certainly have heard of Ted Williams, one of the greatest hitters of all time. But have you heard of Ted Williams, the pitcher? On August 24th, 1940, the Red Sox were facing off against the Detroit Tigers at Fenway Park in the first game of a doubleheader. Ted Williams would struggle at the plate that game, going 0 for 4 with a strikeout. The Red Sox didn't fare much better. Their starting pitcher, Joe Heving, would allow 7 earned runs in just 2 1/3 innings. The next pitcher up, Yank Terry, didn't fare much better, giving up 4 runs in just 2 innings of work. Going into the 8th inning, things were looking bleak for the Red Sox, who were trailing 11-1. Manager Joe Cronin would make one last pitching change, calling on a tall right-hander from left field. He was calling on Ted Williams to finish the game. In his only pitching appearance in his career, Williams would handle himself pretty well. In 2 innings of work, he allowed 3 hits and 1 earned run. His biggest moment would come in the 9th inning when he struck out Rudy York on 3 straight pitches. Prior to that at-bat, York had drove in 5 runs with a homer, a double, and 2 singles. Even though he was solid on the mound that day, he never again was asked to pitch, and thus ended the pitching career of Ted Williams. Have a story about a Hall of Fame hitter coming in to pitch? Share it in the comments.
Roger Clemens broke into the majors in the mid-1980s. He brought a whole lot of heat.
Right down the center of the plate and just overpowers.
I'm a power pitcher. I enjoy the second part of that because I can pitch.
Case in point, 1986 when he was the All-Star Game MVP and won both the AL Cy Young and MVP awards.
In the decade of the 1980s, without question, Roger Clemens was the most dominant pitcher in the game.
His 13-year run in Boston was marked by a pair of incredible feats.
Clemens has set a major league record for strikeouts in a game. 20.
He's the only man ever to reach those heights twice.
Roger, year after year, was just a great pitcher, and he was a fierce competitor.
Join the Country Club today. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. So that'll close the books on Chris Sale. It will be Enyel De Los Santos to come on here with a 5-1 lead as we begin the 6th inning. First pitch on the way from De Los Santos is slider at the knees. Josh Naylor, it's 0-1. De Los Santos takes over for Chris Sale, went 5 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. The 0-1 right there, 0-2. He would be the pitcher of record right now. Chris Sale looking for his first win of the year. He's 0-2 with a 6.17 coming into today. 0-2, swung on, chops it up the middle. Allen's got it, flips it over to first. Soft hit ball, but Naylor runs worse than a catcher does. He was a catcher at one point in his career. What a way. 6-3 on the putout. One down. Eugenio Suarez, the batter. 0-for-1 with a walkout in the 4th. Righty. 97 up top. Hit this paint. Didn't get the call. Been the theme of the game tonight. Phil Cousy, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing, fouls it back. 1-1. We haven't gotten as many beneficial calls as Arizona has, simply because Gallen, when he was in the game, he was either wildly off the plate or he was right down the stripes. He didn't have a lot of neighborhood calls. It's the 1-1 right there, 1-2. 1-2 count. Marlins are all over Seattle. It's 8-4 in the 8th. They scored 6 in the 5th. 1-2 down the way, 2-2. I believe their ace Logan Gilbert was on the bump today. He must have gotten injured or something, because he pitched 3 innings, 29 pitches. Something happened to Gilbert. I have to look into that. A reliever by the name of Lawrence came in after that. So full count. Swing, fouls it back. 3-2. Full count from De Los Santos. Brings it. Nowhere near the zone. Ball 4. Slider well off the plate. He'll head down to first, 1 on, 1 out. Something is not jiving with their scorecard. It says that Gilbert went 3 innings, no earned runs. Lawrence went 5 innings, 2 earned runs. So a total of 8 innings and 2 earned runs. There's only been 1 error by Seattle, and they've scored 8 runs. First pitch is a slider down and away. It's 1-0. The error must have happened in a critical part of the 6th inning that opened the floodgates with 2 outs. (1-0) right there off the plate. 1-1. Moreno the batter. Suarez is at first. Tawa stands on deck. Let's see if I can find out what happened to Gilbert, because that's a strange one. 1-1. Swung on, lifted down the right field line, coming over, making the catch is Eli. Book of Eli up against the wall in foul territory just before he hit the right field corner. Moreno cannot believe it. 2 away. He made that catch and then banged into the wall. Good looking catch by Eli. He was right there at the wall. Bunch of Braves fans in that corner rallying him on. Always good to see the traveling Braves show. Tawa, the batter, 1 for 2. First pitch on the way, 96 inside. It's 1-0. I want to make a trade for Tawa and that kid that was behind the plate the other day for St. Louis, Yohel. I don't even care if they're just bench players. I like those names. Tim Tawa and Yohel. The 1-0, chop foul, 1-1. 1-1 count. De Los Santos comes set. The pitch. Swing, fouls it back, 1-2. This is not good. If you have Logan Gilbert on your fantasy team or you're a Mariners fan or whatever, Logan Gilbert was removed Friday against the Marlins with forearm tightness. We all know where that ends up at. We wish him well, but that's usually a terrible sign. The 1-2. Fouls it away. We'll do it again. I knew something was wrong with that when I saw the Marlins put 8 runs on Logan Gilbert. I was like, something's wrong with that picture. So a 1-2 count. Inside, got him on the hand. Oh, maybe that hit his bat. That must have hit his bat handle. It looked like it got him on the hand going inside. Take another look at it. Oh, it did. It got at the bottom hand of the bat handle as he came through on the non-swing. It tapped the ball. The 1-2. Outside wide 2-2. De Los Santos trying to clean up his 6th inning here. He's got 1 on and 2 outs. The Braves have a 4-run lead. We'd like to keep it that way. Standing on deck is the number 9 hitter, Barossa, who's had some pretty good at-bats. The 2-2 from Enyel De Los Santos. Swing, chops it over to short. Nicky's got it, flips it over to Ozzie, and that'll end the inning. 6-4 in your putout. Will grab the bats. Top of the 7th we go. The heart of the order. The rake, the big zoo, and the ice house lumbering to the dish.
Yeah, just a sec. Is there an Uni Pantuso here?
That's you, Coach.
Speaking. I'm not a drinker. I can honestly say I never had a beer in my life, okay? It's one of my only good traits. I don't drink. Well, I've never had alcohol. I've just, for whatever reason. Can you imagine if I had? What a mess I'd be. I'd be the world's worst.
We need to talk. I think this relationship is...
If you leave me, I will kill myself.
Major League Baseball could not have asked for a greater superstar at the turn of the 20th century than Christy Mathewson.
Matty was one of baseball's first marquee stars. Handsome and well-educated, he left college for pro ball and landed with the New York Giants in 1900.
Mathewson is an iconic figure as the popular hero of his era.
He was the first real pitcher who had a repertoire of pitches. I mean, he was a guy who could throw a fastball, and he had a variety of breaking pitches. Some broke in, some broke out, some broke up, some broke down.
And he had a great curveball and an out pitch that he called a fadeaway.
Later to be called the screwball, Christie used his fadeaway to compile more than 2,500 strikeouts during his 17-year career.
His fadeaway, a strikeout pitch. It was a killer pitch. It was used in the pinch.
And in the pinch, Mathewson excelled, leading the Giants to their first World Series title in 1905 with one of the all-time postseason performances.
He pitched 3 games, won 3 games, and all of them were by shutouts.
3 years later, the Christian gentleman dominated his league, capturing the pitching Triple Crown for the 2nd time in his career.
It is clearly one of the greatest pitching seasons ever, winning 37 games. He also saved 5. Christy Mathewson was largely responsible for 42 wins, which I think is just remarkable.
Think of it. This is a guy who was leading the league in strikeouts year after year and suddenly became the guy who led the league in fewest walks per 9 innings year after year.
His 373 victories are tied for 3rd all time.
Welcome back. Austin Riley leads us off. First pitch on the way, 95 high and inside. One 1-0. Misses high. 2-0. That pitch was nowhere near the catcher's mitt. Diaz flips it over the head of the backstop. Gilbert Diaz, 7 appearances, a 3.18 ERA, 16% strikeout rate. So pretty low strikeout rate in today's baseball. The 2-0, well off the plate, 3-0. Of course, if every pitch has looked like the ones he's thrown so far this outing, I can understand why. John. The 3-0 pitch. 96 misses high. He gave him the call, and that is a pathetic strike call on a pathetic night, on a pathetic career by Phil Cousy. God, he's an embarrassment. Riley, he almost had a smirk like, what? I mean, that pitch was so up and high, the 3-1. Nowhere near the zone, ball 4. That's almost when you want to turn around. You know you'll probably get ejected. You turn around and goes, was that a ball? Because I just want to make sure. Riley will head on down to first. Marcell Ozuna, the batter. Righty-righty matchup. We got a chance to break this one open. First pitch on the way. That ball is well off the plate. Diaz bounces it off the plate. That's 1-0. He has thrown, what is that now, 6 pitches. Not a single one of them hit the strike zone. The only one that was even relatively close was the bad call by Cousy. Moreno's going out there to talk to him real quick. Probably just ask him if he knows where all his stuff is so he can get packed up real quick and head down to AAA. This kid, man. I don't know how he's got such a low ERA with a high walk rate and a low strikeout rate. Normally that's a disaster. The 1-0, 96 misses high, 2-0. Gilbert Diaz, he's 24 years old. We've seen him before because I do remember him because I wanted to look and see if he was related to the Diaz that pitches for the Mets. Is the 2-0 swing, pops it up, got it just underneath it, fouls it back. And he's got a live arm, but I don't remember him being this wild off the plate. And it could just be a bad night, but his numbers show that it hasn't been. He somehow has found a way to scatter runners, though, and not give up a ton of runs. The 2-1 swing, rips it over to short. A line drive right at the shortstop Perdomo. L6 in your scorecard. Ozuna. Now 0 for 3. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. I think sometimes when you have a guy get in there just throwing taters, you might sometimes get overzealous and get yourself out. First pitch on the way, 96. Misses, but called a strike. Matt Olson rolls his eyes. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Pitch. Curveball in the dirt. 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way. Check swing foul. 1-2. You only have this to go on for his 2025. But 2024, he was really more of a long man. He did get a couple of spot starts. But by the time he came back to September, is the 1-2 slice foul? Do it again. His strikeout rate went down considerably. He had a couple of outings in July of last year where he had 5 and 7 strikeouts. But after that, and maybe it was just people getting the the tape on him, his strikeout rate went down considerably. The 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. The 2-2 count. Last year, he walked 12 batters in 28 innings. The 2-2 to Olson. Misses high, 3-2. Same height where that first strike was called to Olson, but a little further away. Both of them over the plate, but this one was outside, so he got the call, I guess. So a full count, Riley stands at first. The payoff pitch to Olson. That ball is going to be chopped over to second. It's going to be a 4-6-3 double play, and somehow he scatters batter's air. I don't know how this kid's doing it, but anyways, we'll be back in a flash. Braves should have gotten at least a run out of that inning. Wow. 7th inning stretch, y'all. Get up and stretch your twosies.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. We out to the ball game. We out to the night. Find me something up Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back on the street. Root for the
Dylan Lee comes in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Braves lead at 5-1. Braves trying to get through the next 3 innings. Chris Sale just went the 5 innings, so De Los Santos spelled the 6th. Looking forward through this. Lee for the 7th, and you would tend to think is the first pitch on the way. Swung on and swatted high, but not very deep. Man, that ball right there will bring rain in the desert. It'll fall into the glove of Alex Verdugo for a loud out number 1. He reached around and tried to swat that pitch. It's a 92-mile-an-hour four-seamer on the outer edge. He tried to pull it, but it was way out of the zone. Only a rookie, right? But if you play this forward as the first pitch on the way is a four-seam fastball to Perdomo, main reason why Lee is in here because they want him to face Carroll, who's on deck. And then you've got, 93, that almost got him up in the arm. If the game is not on the line, meaning 3 runs or less, I don't think they would put Iglesias in. I think they'd try to save him. It's the 2-0. Just below the knees, 2-1. You may see Pierce Johnson, but I think it would have to do with the matchups. Is the 3-0, 95 up top, 3-1. you're looking at the options out of the bullpen, the realistic options with the lead. 3-1 pitch, 95 right there. Man. Perdomo was trying to sell that to go down to first, but that definitely hit the paint. So a full count. Braves lead it 5-1. A full count pitch. Lee comes set. Delivers it. Down below the knees. Ball 4. So Lee walks the second batter. Now you got 1 on and 1 out. Now you got problems. Corbin Carroll coming to the plate. He's already hit a triple. He's been a nightmare all season for right and left-handers. Last year he was struggling so bad they would actually bench him if a lefty was on the mound. Tonight he's sitting up there in the number 2 spot. First pitch swatted. That ball is gone. Is it fair? It is fair. Just snuck down the right field line, a 2-run shot. We got ourselves a brand new ball game. It just hooked around the pole. And he absolutely smoked that one. Maybe he hurt himself. He's jogging so slow around the base paths. I think Snicker wants to challenge us. They have not shown a good view down the line yet. At all. And we're seeing a second replay finally. Yeah, that ball was foul. I thought it went foul, but when they showed all the fans down there, oh, that ball definitely went foul. So if you see one, they've got one view that is inside the bullpen where you see the pole shooting out, and it definitely went behind the pole. And then the second one down the line where the camera's in front of it, this is going to be an umpire review, too. This isn't even a Braves challenge because it's a home run. It's an umpire review. The ball cut in front of the foul pole. And I thought it was odd that it was a home run because it hit so far right of the pole, but you never can tell with when you're watching it on a screen if it hooked and then landed there. So this should get reversed because that is. But if you saw the, I don't know if I brought this up on the channel here, but if you saw the home run that they took away from Aaron Judge on Sunday in Tampa, it was egregiously fair, and they called it foul and then held it up as being foul. So they have overturned it. So they got it right here in the desert. I don't know if y'all saw that or not, but it was so bad that it became a national story because we were just at that stadium in Tampa. So if you remember how the left field was set up where all the trees were and whatnot, the ball was like, I don't know, as the 0-1 pitch to Carroll as we're back to the action. Dylan Lee kicks and fires, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. But the ball was so far to the right of the left field foul pole. I mean, we're talking 20, 30 feet. As the 0-2 chops it foul, we'll do it again. And so when it first happened, okay, you can understand just because of the way that the trees are and everything in that weird minor league park that they just didn't see it. But then for it to go back to New York and get overturned is the 0-2. Caught looking, strike 3. Got him with the slider up top. Good pitch by Lee. 2 away. He bent his knees with that slider. Carroll didn't like it, but looking at the replay, it's there. It's right there. as much bad calls we've gotten all night long. First pitch on the way to Grichuk is swung on and chopped foul. It's 0-1. But I don't know how many people saw that, but it was unbelievable how bad that call was on Sunday with the Rays and the Yankees. It was also unbelievable because it went against New York, and those replays are coming out of New York. The 0-1, swung on, pops it up. That should stay in play just right of the first base foul line, and that'll end the inning. Olsen with another pop fly catch. So that was very close, but we still lead it 5-1. We head to 8. Smurf will lead us off.
You're a Knoll, my friend.
No. Actually, do you know where I graduated from?
Well, you're still a Knoll.
I'm a who?
You're a Knoll, my friend.
Hey, this is for them motherfuckers that always got their ass cracked out. How y'all don't be feeling that? You gotta be feeling that. Just draw just all the way down. How you don't feel it? You just don't care? Just got your whole little stank of booty out in the public? Y'all nasty. You so nasty. You better put it away, because a motherfucker like me, see that? I'm throwing something in that little stank of booty. Quit playing. You better hide that.
We have 2 number 3s. That's not a mistake. It's just that some of Grover Cleveland Alexander's career totals are so close to Christy Matheson's, we call it a tie.
He has the same number of wins lifetime as Christy Mathewson, 373.
This was going to be the successor to Mathewson among National League aces. This is the man who was going to throw pitch for pitch against Walter Johnson in the other league for reputation.
And his 1911 rookie season was incredible.
Led the National League in just about every pitching category.
He had 28 wins, 7 shutouts, and a then rookie record 227 strikeouts.
Started a decade of dominance in which he was far none best pitcher in the National League.
From 1915 through 17, Pete was off the charts.
Won more than 30 games 3 years in a row.
6 times he won at least 27 games and had a sub-2 ERA 6 straight seasons.
1916, he threw 16 shutouts. Whole leagues don't throw that many shutouts today.
His 90 career shutouts are second only to Walter Johnson.
All the many games and innings that Alexander worked, he's remembered mostly for one.
And I can't tell who's going to come in. Let's see who it's going to be. It is going to be Grover Cleveland Alexander. Oh, Pete will come on.
In 1926, had one of the most famous moments in World Series history.
After pitching 2 complete game victories already, Pete was called on in relief in Game 7.
Welcome back. First pitch to Smurf, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup as Diaz back to work. The 1-0 swung on, banged high and deep down the right field line. It's 1-1. It's funny, I think it worked. We added, I didn't know you could do this. You could add, as the 1-1 is in the dirt, 2-1. The other day on the off day, we added words in that get automatically blocked. And someone was trying to use something that, and they said if it's anything close to that, it's going to get blocked. I was like, well, I don't know how smart this thing is. And it looks like it worked. It's not perfect, but it'll eliminate a lot of the nonsense. The 2-1 pitch. Swing hit hard, deep into center field. That ball's going to get down where the green grass grows. Smurf comes around, and he will head to second, and it's a leadoff double for the Smurf. How about that? Wake up the bats, boys. This game ain't over yet. We need to add some runs on the board. Good hard hit ball by Smurf. Drilled it just right of the 413 sign. Where it bounced up against the wall. If you remember the whole thing with Kid Kelnick not running the other day, and it was the big controversy and nobody knew what to do about it, et cetera, et cetera. And then they kept bringing up the Acuna thing because he mouthed off. And then people started remembering a couple years ago as Ozzie Albies fouls off the first pitch at 0-1. If you remember, Marcell Ozuna had a similar situation in Arizona. Is he 0-1? Inside 1-1. And it's a very strangely carved baseball facility here in Arizona. Is the 1-1 pitch swing. That ball's going to get down where the green grass grows. Ozzie Albies booking around first. He is setting to second, and he is safe. A head-first slide just underneath the tag, and the Wiz is waking up.
I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me.
Smurf comes around to score at 6-1. He laced that ball into the right field corner. Smurf knew it was getting down all the way, so he easily jogged home. Ozzie was almost out. That was a hell of a throw by Carroll, man. That kid is something else. Michael Harris II, the batter. First pitch on the way is a curveball at the knees. It's 0-1. We're back to talk about, if you remember Ozuna, he hit one off the top of the center field wall, over the center field wall, and they've got an overhang. And it's not a home run in this stadium if you hit that overhang. The 0-1. Outside 1-1. So long story short, Ozuna thought he had got it. And I still think to this day he thought that where that ball was going to land, he thought that was a home run. But it didn't. It didn't leave as the 1-1 pitch is swung on and fouled down the left field line. Harris hung his head thinking the ball was going to be caught, but it'll bend into the crowd line too. So anyways, the point is he thought it was going to be a home run where it hit. Where it hit was not legally a home run in that park. Okay, if you're following me? Is the 1-2 pitch. Swing. That ball's laced into left field. Coming over, making the running. Sliding catch is Gurriel. He'll turn around and fire it back into the infield. Ozzie Albies had gone halfway in case that ball got down. He'll head back to second. If he tags up, he's probably going to be able to make it to third. So probably a bad base running move by Ozzie, but you can understand why he did it. The ball was smoked towards the gap, and it was a good play by Gurriel. So if you unpack all that and realize what's going on in everybody's head, Ozuna hit that ball earlier tonight, and he shot out of the damn batter's box much faster than he ever does. Because I know he's thinking in the back of my mind, you're not catching me again. The ball ended up getting caught, but it was in that same area, and I know he was thinking, you are not catching me honey loafing down the first base side again. The 1-0 in the dirt, 2-0. So hopefully something just in general has been woken up in that clubhouse. They probably all talked about it. And look, if they give you the best pressure given to any clubhouse is peer pressure, right? If they're all on each other, that's the best way to fix it. The 2-0 swing. That ball's ripped over to the third base side. It's going to bounce off the glove of the third baseman Suarez, and it is going to kick slowly to left field. On the play, Ozzie Albies is going to cook around and score in your Atlanta Braves. How about that? Get another run, another hard hit ball, and a little more hustle on the play. Book of Eli with an RBI single. You can't give Suarez an error on that. That ball was hammered. Well over 100 miles an hour off the bat. And it was a hard hop that just ate him up. First pitch on the way to Allen as the Braves lead at 7-1. Is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Kicks and fires. Right there at the knees. 1-1. They did give him a single, by the way, and the RBI. I didn't know if they might screw him out of that one, but there's no way you can give Suarez an error on that. The one earlier was definitely an error on Suarez. That one was one of those ones that you couldn't block that if you had a hockey goalie 1-1 misses high, 2-1. Eli lumbering off of first. We know he can take off. The 2-1. That ball's going to get to the backstop. He's not going to have to steal. He's just going to cruise on down to second. And he's in scoring position. Diaz, I think he's out there to take one for the team. They're trying to reset that bullpen. Talked about this in the pregame this morning about how they were going to have to figure something out because they had really expended that bullpen the last few days. They did not have a day off like we did yesterday. 3-1. Down and away, ball 4. And Allen will head down to first. And though we're up 7-1 in the 8th and no lead is ever safe, the other thing is that you cannot take away from this is that the more we make this guy work, as Kaplan, the pitching coach, is coming out there to talk to Diaz, the more you make this guy work and knock him out, you get into another pitcher in their bullpen and so on and so forth. This can pay huge dividends later in the series because we've got some tough matchups the next 2 days. They've got Merrill Kelly, a very tough right-hander, going on Saturday against Grant Holmes. And then Sunday is an absolute crapshoot in its own right, because even though we have Schwellenbach on the mound, they have Brandon Fott, and he's been very good this year. He's been better than Schwellenbach. And Schwellenbach started off amazing, but has scuffled the last 2 starts. A's lead the White Sox 5-3. You're still up and awake with us. We appreciate you hanging out here on Braves Country Radio on a Friday night, Saturday morning. First pitch on the way to Verdugo is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. No, we won't see all of y'all to the end, but appreciate y'all hanging out and coming with us. A little earlier tomorrow night, it's going to, or I guess later tonight, it'll be 8 o'clock tonight. We'll go at it. The 1-0's foul back. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Righty lefty, the pitch on the way. Nice pitch, curveball. Smacks the heart of the plate. 1-2. That was a knee buckler. Especially after all that high heat he's been throwing. The 1-2. Diaz looks back the runner. The pitch. Swing. Pops it up. He's just getting underneath these pitches. Probably trying to do too much. And it's a fly ball out to left field, 2 away. Two down, 2 on. Braves have 2 across. Deuce is wild here in the 8th as the Braves lead at 7-1. 7 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Braves. 1-5-1 for Arizona. Austin Riley back to the plate. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss and a hanging curveball. Riley's wanting to send that back towards Atlanta. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swing, rattles it back. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Atlanta Braves standing here in high cotton here in the top of the 8th. Up by 6, the 0-2 swing, lifts it down the right field side, first base area. Bounces out of play over the dugout. It's 0-2. It's Still got 6 more outs to go. It should be able, if we can keep guys off the base paths, should be able to give Iglesias yet another night off, and we're going to need him the next 2 nights, I would think. The 0-2. Swing! That ball's hammered into left field, That's through for a base hit. Hard hit ball, and here comes the Book of Eli. He will stamp on the plate, and it's 8-1 as our boy Blue comes through again.
You're my boy, Blue! Blue, you're my boy!
That ball was scalded off the bat of Riley Perdomo. Tried to stick his glove out there and also preserve his life as the ball come whistling by him. I'm sure that infield's like, man, we got to get this dude out of the game. He's going to get one of us killed. Marcelo Ozuna stands at the plate. Righty. First pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Man, I wanted Marcelo to tattoo one there. Really put a stamp on this game. Maybe you could have Nick Allen pitch the 9th. The 0-1. Sits back, kicks, rocks and fires. Fastball, 97 down the pipe. 1-2. (0-2) count. If the Braves can hold on to this lead, they'd be looking to get one more win in the next 2 days to win 3 series in a row. The 0-2, down and away, 1-2. They'll also be looking for that elusive road series win. 1-2 count. Diaz, by the way, this will be number 47 of the night for him in just a couple of innings. The 1-2. Slider misses away, 2-2. By the way, speaking of documentaries, sports documentaries, whether you're a basketball fan or not, if you're a sports fan, the one that Max has out right now on the Celtics is unbelievably good. The 2-2 outside wide, 3-2 full count. They go back. I didn't even know they were doing it. I'm a Celtics fan, but I'm a huge fan of documentaries and sports documentaries. Forget about it. I'm a sucker. But I ran across it yesterday, and I thought the whole time they promoted it last summer as the payoff pitch, caught looking strike 3, 95 right down the pipe. Ozuna knows he should have swung at it. Man, he could have sent that to the moon. We'll be right back. When we come back, we'll head to the bottom of the 8th, see if we can put this one to bed.
I used to be with it, but then they changed what it was. Now what I'm with isn't it, and what's it seems weird and scary to me. It'll happen to you.
Now, if I gave you $1 and your father gave you $1, how many dollars would you have?
$1.
You don't know your arithmetic.
You don't know my father.
So now it's time, number 2.
Greg Maddux, if you looked up the word pitcher in the dictionary, it should have his pitcher by, because he was a pitcher in every true sense of the word.
For 23 seasons, Greg Maddux educated the National League in the fine art of pitching with a brilliant approach.
Got it.
This guy was the professor. I mean, he dissected the strike zone.
Maddux is sawing right through this lineup.
He had finger control on the ball that allowed the ball to sink, to run, to cut, to fade.
His ball never did the same thing twice in a sequence. What he was able to do with a baseball was amazing.
That's why he's the best pitcher in the game.
His attention to detail and game day preparation was impeccable. And that's just one of the many words you could use to describe Maddux.
Economic, precise, and smart.
He would pitch a hitter a certain way in one game because he knew that a month down the road this guy might come up in a tighter situation, and he wanted him to remember that at bat so he could get him out a different way.
Mad Dog won more games in the 90s than anyone, and 2 of those years were his story.
Bobby and I'd always look at each other in admiration. There were games where he went 9 innings and never missed the target. Now, I'm not exaggerating. That's what separates mediocrity from greatness.
And then there was his fielding, which earned him a record 18 Gold Gloves. That combination of slick fielding and magnificent pitching made Greg the first man ever to win 4 straight Cy Young Awards.
He's the best, folks. He is the best.
Overall, from top to bottom, was there ever a better right-hander? I don't know.
My girlfriend poked me in the eyes. I stopped seeing her for a while.
Welcome back. Jesse Chavez will get some work in. Uncle Jesse. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. So about that documentary, when I saw it promoed last year, honestly, as the 0-1 swung on and fouled away, it's 0-2. We kept the bullpen card in because we just thought it was a fun one. I forget which one we got rid of, but it was one of the ones that wasn't being used that much. The 0-2 count, just off the plate changeup, 1-2. So when I saw it promoed last year, it was right after the Celtics won the championship. I thought it was about the last season. And I just didn't really care that much about it because even if it's a team I pull for, it's usually a bunch of hokey-dokey stuff that usually isn't that entertaining because I'm more into the history of just everything in the history of the game. They take this thing back all the way to the very beginning of the Celtics franchise origination in Boston in the late 1940s. As the first pitch on the way is a 1-2. That pitch just misses, 2-2. 2-2 count to the cleanup hitter, Gurriel. Swing, pops it up. High in the sky. Can of corn. Olson's got another one in foul territory. That's got to be about his 5th one today. No way. I'll never not think about Olson here in Arizona without thinking about that play last year. If y'all remember, he made that catch down the right field line and turned from his knees and gunned the ball back home to keep the runner from third from scoring. It was Corbin Carroll standing at third. It was unbelievable play. And as good as that play was, Christian Walker made even better plays. I still can't believe that the Arizona Diamondbacks let him walk. The 0-1 to Naylor is right there at the knees. It's 0-2. This thing's froze up for a second. They're trying to get it on the strike zone again. There it goes. So an 0-2 count. But back to that Celtic City documentary, they go all the way back. Is the 0-2? Did he go around? They checked down the line. He did not. 1-2. They go all the way back to when the origin of the Celtics. So we're talking about the Bob Cousy era, even before Bill Russell even showed up, is the 1-2. Caught looking, strike 3. Got him with the sinker on the inner cut. Uncle Jesse, let's go. 2 away. And all the stuff that Bill Russell went through and all the stuff that I don't think a lot of us even knew about it. But anyways, it's going to take you all the way through to last year, apparently. I think the final one's dropping Monday night. So it's a 10-part series. I had no clue that that's what that was about. I honestly thought it was one of those because I keep seeing the ads for the first pitch to Suarez up top for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1, Jesse working quickly as we know he loves to do. Cutter misses outside. 1-1 count. Swing, that ball swatted down the left field line. Should be extra bases. Verdugo's coming up and firing into second base, and Suarez will be in for a 2-out double. Good hustle by Verdugo. Made that play a lot closer than I expected. But the other neat thing about it is they must have filmed this for quite some time because they have interviews with guys who are no longer with us throughout the entire documentary. Guys like Bill Walton, guys like Jerry West. And it's really cool that they got their takes on everything before we lost him. First pitch on the way to Moreno misses. It's 1-0. But I highly recommend it. If you like documentaries on any kind of history, especially sports history, it doesn't matter if you're not a basketball fan, you'll enjoy the hell out of it. 1-0 count, fouled away, 1-1. Moreno 0 for 3 on the day. The 1-1 swing. That ball's rifled down the right field line. That's going to be a fair ball, and a run will come around and score. It's going to be an RBI double for Moreno with 2 outs. 8-2 your score. Just snuck. Both these balls had just been snuck inside the foul lines, one on the left field, one on the right field. Just kind of corkscrewed it down the line. You couldn't have thrown it in a more inconvenient place because Eli had to go all the way into the corner to get it as it barely snuck inside, then bounced around. Good throw by Eli. He still has a gun on him, I'll tell you what. First pitch on the way is a curveball outside wide to Tawa. It's 1-0. 1-0. Brings it inside. Sinker misses. 2-0. 2-0 count. Just joining us, Braves have scored 8 runs. And believe it or not, none of the balls have left the yard. The 2-0. Down and away, 3-0. 3-0 count. Pitch on the way. Right there for a strike, 3-1. Sale is not back, Nate. He had a bad outing. It's been the bullpen and the offense that have pulled this one out. The 3-1. Down and away, full count. Excuse me, ball 4. And he'll head down to first. And we've got runners on first and second, 2 outs. And we kind of got some trouble brewing here. Jesse, who's at 21 pitches, he's coughed up just the 1 run, but he gives up a blast here or something. The next thing you know, the first pitch on the way is a cutter up top for a strike to Barossa. It's 0-1. I guess Barossa's a switch hitter. Daysbel Hernandez is warming up in the pen. I think they would have loved Jesse to eat 2 innings here, but he doesn't look like. After you got those first 2 outs, he's kind of run out of gas. 0-1. 88 right there, smacks the black. It's 0-2. An 0-2 count. Tell you what, you wouldn't normally say this about them, but there's a hell of a shootout going on with the A's and the White Sox. It's 6-5 in the 9th. The 0-2 chops it foul. We'll do it again. Oakland leads that one at the top of the 9th. Chicago is batting with 1 out. As far as the marquee game that everybody was worried about tonight is the 0-2 swatted down the right field line. If it's fair, it's gone. It is just foul. Second time tonight, Barossa has almost hit a home run. This kid is impressive. I'll tell you what. You got a dynasty league or something out there, you might want to be jumping on this kid. He has got some skills. Pittsburgh leads the Dodgers 3-0. Paul Skeens night against Yamamoto. They're in the 8th. The 0-2 swing just gets a piece of it. We'll do it again. I don't know why John's making that Joe Namath reference, but God, I'll never forget that. The 0-2, 87. Cutter misses just off the edge. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. They keep trying to replay that on the Braves FanDuel like that was a strike. It was not. The 1-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. And Uncle Jesse gets out of it. Wasn't pretty, but he only gave up 1 run. We head to the top of the 9th, leading by 6 here in the desert. On this date in 1901, on opening day at Bennett Park in Detroit, the Detroit Tigers tallied 10 runs in the bottom of the 9th to beat Milwaukee 14-13. The come-from-behind shootout is the American League's first game in Detroit. On this date in 1933, New York Yankees hurler Russ Van Otta goes 4 for 4 and shuts out the Washington Senators 16-0 in his major league debut. The 26-year-old southpaw will finish his rookie season with a 12-4 record and batting .283 in 67 plate appearances. And on this date in 1958, in front of 60,635 fans at the Los Angeles Coliseum, the LA Dodgers beat the St. Louis Cardinals 5-2, setting a National League record for the largest crowd to attend a regular season night game. The record will last until the following season on opening night, where the Dodgers face the Redbirds again. 917 more patrons will attend the game, beating the old record. And that's your Braves Country Radio on this date in baseball history. Find us on YouTube and Facebook today. Country Baseball here on Braves Country Radio, BCR, bringing you every game this year within our power, as long as things... We did get some news on when we may be moving. When we're moving isn't the exact date, but at least we know what destination we're going to in Western Carolina. The house and everything, we got it squared away. We don't know the exact date, but it'll be sometime in the summer. So I may be missing for a day or two, but we're going to try to work around that. See how it plays out on the schedule. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson. Down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. 1-0. Brings it way high out of the zone. Diaz back to work out there. Ball 2-0. So they're leaving him out there hanging out to dry. He's at 51 pitches. They're just hoping he can get through the 9th. The 2-0 swing, chops it over to first. Should be an easy 3-1 put out. It is. One away. One down. First pitch on the way to Sean Murphy. Swung on, popped up, high deep down the left field line. That's going to bend out of play. Well out of play. It's on 1. That was a high hit ball. The 0-1. Outside wide, 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch in the dirt, 2-1. Diaz. He might be one of those dudes. I don't follow the Arizona bullpen enough, but he might be one of those dudes that's up for this, and he'll be packing towards AAA tomorrow morning. The 2-1. Up high. 3-1. It's his first outing of the year. Feels very much like, remember the other day when Wiles came up. He's got a live arm. He just does not hit his spots. 3-1. In the dirt, ball 4. So Smurf will head on down to first. Little surprised we didn't get Smurf pinch hit for there. I wonder if they'll pinch run for him and get Baldwin out there, or if Smurf will stay in. You'd think you'd want to kind of get him as few times on the base paths as possible. First pitch on the way. Swing! That ball's lifted high and deep into center field. Going back on the track for a loud out number 2. 413-foot mark. He was maybe 2 or 3 feet underneath that. 2 away. 2 down. I know a lot of y'all might be heading to bed. It's a late one here, so please hit that like and subscribe today before you leave. Michael Harris the second. First pitch high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. We'll be back later on tonight. It's an 8:10 first pitch, Grant Holmes Day. He'll be going head-to-head with Merrill Kelly. The 1-0. Swing, pops it up. Jam shot down the first base line. Should stay in play. It will. Second baseman Tawa calls off Naylor, and that'll end the inning. Braves 8, Snakes 2. We head to the bottom of 9. Try to put this one to rest.
Babe, who is one person in the world that you would trust with one of your deepest, darkest secrets?
You.
Me?
Yes.
You trust me? That's amazing.
No, it's because you wouldn't be able to repeat it, because you wouldn't have been listening in the first place.
It's so rude.
So true.
Would you like something to drink?
I'll have a Coke.
Do you want that in the can?
No, I'll have it right here.
I've often been asked whether Walter Johnson was the greatest pitcher that ever lived. You look at the numbers. He was the greatest pitcher.
And we agree, for it's tough to argue with 417 wins, not to mention a record 110 shutouts.
One of the most impressive things that you have to look at Walter Johnson is the fact that he is a 3-time Triple Crown winner in terms of pitching.
And one of those seasons is considered by many to be the greatest single season any pitcher ever had. The numbers take your breath away.
After 1913, Johnson stood alone at the top of the heap.
Walter won the MVP award that year and won it again in 24. The Senators surprised everyone by winning the World Series. He led the majors in strikeouts a record 12 times, mystifying hitters at every turn.
Batters used to say a particularly deceptive thing about Walter Johnson's pitching was he made it look so easy.
Easy sidearm motion. It looks like picnic beer ball. Hey, I could hit against that.
And then the ball was by them.
And incredibly, he did all this with little more than a single pitch, a blazing fastball that earned him one of the all-time great nicknames.
The big train, Mr. Walter Johnson.
If you've ever stood right on a train platform as a train comes into the station, it's terrifying, it's incredible, and that's the way that fastball was.
Even the greatest hitter said you knew it was coming, knew it was going to be over the plate, and you still couldn't hit it.
For more than 50 years, Johnson was the only member of the 3,000 strikeout club. No question, he was the best.
Welcome back. Aaron Bummer is going to pitch the ninth here. I thought they might give him another day off, but he'll go to work here. First pitch on the way, 91. Off the plate, it's 1-0. Thought they would steer clear of one of the left-handers tonight. Lee's already been in. It's the 1-0. Down and in. 2-0. The only thing about the Braves bullpen this year, other than the fact that obviously we're missing some big guns, as the 2-0 pitch is swung on and lifted to right field. Eli will make the catch, but these went away. In years past, we have normally had, and it is an embarrassment of riches. I don't think we really thought about it as much as we should have. We typically had 3, sometimes 4 left-handers in the bullpen. This year, it's been predominantly 2. With A.J. Minter gone. They'll probably be trying to look for someone at the trade deadline, but they are hard to get away from because teams think of left-handed relievers, especially good ones, like gold. The 0-1. Misses up top. That's an 8-2 strike in the bottom of the ninth. It's 0-2. An 0-2 count. Swung on. Chopped over to second. Ozzie. Flip it over to first. 2 down. Braves 1 out away. We're back at it tomorrow, 8:10 first pitch, pregame, 7:30. Remember, Sunday is another weird start as well. 3:30 will come on the air, 4:10 first pitch. And then we've got some late ones as well as we continue the West Coast trip in Colorado Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. First pitch on the way is a strike right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Monday and Tuesday, both the games start at 8:40, and then Wednesday, it's a getaway day, is the 0-1. Off the plate. 0-2, curveball smacks the edge. Wednesday, we're going to bring back the post-game shows, the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. More on that tomorrow. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Whiskey for my men, beer for my horses. You can go a number of different ways on who we give the game ball to, but I think it's got to be the Book of Eli. He really had one heck of a night tonight. He goes 2 for 4, 2 runs scored, 2 RBIs. Other shout-outs, Michael went 2 for 5, scored a couple of runs. Austin Riley went 2 for 4, 2 RBIs. Everybody got in on the hit parade, except for Marcell Ozuna went 0 for 4 with the walk. Chris Sale had another rough one, 5 innings. Gave up just the 1 earned run, but he hasn't been Chris Sale. He went 5 innings, gave up 5 hits and 4 strikeouts, 2 walks. Not what you want. But the bullpen did a great job. De Los Santos came in, shutout inning. Dylan Lee had a shutout inning. And Aaron Bummer had a shutdown inning. He went 1, 2, 3. Jesse Chavez had a little bit of a bumpy ride, but he was out there to eat innings. He did what he needed to do. All in all, a great win for your Atlanta Braves. We take the first one of a 3-game set. We're back tomorrow night, Grant Holmes Day, and then Schwellenbach on Sunday. Y'all get some sleep, Braves country. I'm going to go watch the draft. I didn't get a chance to watch any of it. So I'm going to go watch the draft as I try to wind down tonight. And, man, I'm telling you, that Celtic City thing is a hell of a watch if you have time. See you tomorrow, Braves country.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
It is the American game. That's just what it is. And actually, I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It can do this to any. It brings you back